Hey, Sandy.
Hey.
So Shaheen and I were talking, um, and we're actually just going to speak in Farsi today. I'm joking. um, say something, Shaheen.
No,
I
that
can't
was me.
hear you. Make sure go in your settings and make sure the correct mic is chosen because StreamYard oftentimes does that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right,
There.
cool.
So we were talking, and I don't know how much you want to give an introduction to yourself, but I was trying to explain to him how the Orthodox Study Bible lies to him constantly, and I figured, hey, we might as well broadcast this for everyone to hear.
Yeah, so basically, my family background, I guess, is Muslim, and for the past like 6 months, been researching, about just been like reading the Bible and been reading a lot of it. I only have like 2 books left, Ezekiel and Revelation, and just as I'm like doing my research and stuff, I found Jacob's channel, and because I was interested in his talks with like Father Stephen, so in his comments he said to like reach out, so we reached out, and he's been really helping a lot, like kind of answering some questions basically. So
Wow. How long did you say that took you?
just reading the Bible.
Yeah.
6 months. But it was like very, very passive, I guess. I don't know. It's
But by the way, girls, he is an eligible young man. We're trying to get him married already. This is what we do on my Just Chatting streams. So
this is true. He's trying to marry off the world, and
Yeah.
I've always said once everybody else gets married, I will be left with my fated wife. There we go. It's perfect. just to have like that's how you do it. Everybody else gets married, and then she'll be stuck with me.
That's a good strat. Good strategy.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll work. So we were discussing stuff. What did you want to discuss?
I forgot where we were. I forgot where we were at. I mean, I guess Bible. I mean, you sent me the Bible translation video. Something I was kind of curious about, and it's kind of a point that even like the Jay Dyer, this is the Ortho Bros type of point, is that when you look at, I guess, the Orthodox Christian, the liturgical worship, their idea is that there's elements of it that are more in line with like historic Judaism. You know what I mean? And I know you're already laughing, but it's like that's like their whole point. And then like they're claiming. I mean, I haven't really looked at much of like how a synagogue like operates, but I can see like where they're coming from in the sense that like when you look at I guess what like a Pharisee would have looked like in terms of like that olden time, like 2,000 years ago, you would they kind of look a lot more like, I guess if you look at the patriarchs of the Orthodox Christian Church, they look very similar.
Okay.
Right?
So
yeah.
let me explain their argument as best as they can make their poor unfortunate argument, and then rip it apart as it deserves.
Okay.
So one of the first videos, and in fact how Father Stephen found me, was Father Stephen was on Gospel Simplicity, which is one of these YouTube channels, and he asked Father Stephen if a Jew walked into a modern synagogue or into an Eastern Orthodox church, which one would he feel more comfortable with?
And like a Jew from the second or from the first century, right?
Yeah, from 2,000 years ago, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like basically before Jesus.
Mm.
And Father Stephen gave a very careful answer, as I would expect an Orthodox priest to do, which made it kind of sound like a Jew wouldn't run screaming out of an Eastern Orthodox church and feel rather comfortable in a synagogue. Mm-hmm. And I think that's fundamentally the wrong impression to get. So let me explain his argument and the way he explained it,
Okay.
which is, wow, Kirk's back. Hey, Kirk.
Hey, what's the proper Hebrew greeting for a weekday?
Shalom.
Shalom. How are you doing, Jacob?
I am well. Because I am speaking to a Persian, I had to put on some tea. Let me get my tea. I will be right back. You guys discuss.
And when he comes back, we have to know what kind of tea.
Okay. It'll just be black. It'll just be some black Persian tea, probably. I don't know.
What's the name of that Chinese tea again?
Oh no, it won't be that.
Earl Grey?
I think it's called like, I don't know.
Okay. Really? Earl Grey's English.
I don't really know much about tea and stuff.
Okay, that's really funny because Kirk is actually right. Earl Grey tea is Chinese.
Is it really? Well,
It is.
Of course it is.
And this is pomegranate
No.
raspberry tea. I am the most Americanized Persian ever.
It's just American tea? It's not Persian
Wait,
tea?
Wait, you can't possibly be American. Are you having cold tea or hot tea?
It's hot tea. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So okay. Now I have to tell you guys all these stories. So
Okay.
my uncle, when he came to the United States, he wrote back a letter to Iran. They drink tea cold. And like my entire family was shocked and horrified.
I actually prefer iced tea to regular tea, to be honest.
I actually
Apparently
drink
it's
a lot of iced
American
tea. I
preference.
like iced tea.
I like iced coffee. Yeah, ice. Those drinks are really good. Yeah.
Yeah, but like he was like this when we came to the United States, one of the things we knew to expect was they do this horrible thing where they drink their tea cold. The second thing, when we came to America, we used to do precisely what we always did in Iran, which is chai dam mikardیم, right? We would brew tea, right? And like every day, you would brew a pot of tea, and it would be there, and everybody would go grab some like hot water
Right.
and tea, right?
No.
And the first
All day?
time that the tea got moldy, like this had never happened before. But like we weren't drinking enough tea to finish the tea very quickly, and like it had stayed like overnight or 2 days, and it had become moldy, right? So we eventually stopped brewing tea because we didn't drink enough tea to brew tea, which was like part of becoming an American.
Well, how
Yeah.
big is the family?
What?
How big is the family?
Well, I mean, now it's just my parents live by themselves, and I live by myself. So my parents don't brew tea anymore. But it used to be like, I mean, did my sister and I really drink that much tea? I don't think we, as kids, like we would have tea, but like not as much as the adults. I don't know.
How many siblings do you have?
It's just me and my sister.
Oh, I thought Orthodox Jews liked big families.
My parents are not very Orthodox. You didn't know that? I was not raised Orthodox.
I see. So you became a Baal Teshuva later on and all that. I just haven't been keeping up. But it's good to see you for the first time in a while. How was your Passover?
Thank you very much. But Kirk, we were having a discussion. Okay, so back to what we were saying. So the argument that they will make, which will be true, is that they incorporate their services, incorporate the temple service and the synagogue service and parts of it together, right? Which Father Stephen will argue some Jews, most notably, there was one place in Egypt where people would do something kind of like that. Now, our answer to that is yeah, we realize that you guys incorporate part of the temple services into your services, which is what proves that it's not a synagogue service, and why a Jew from 2,000 years ago would run screaming out of your services. Because the synagogue services were established by the prophets after the destruction of the first temple, not the destruction of the second temple. After the destruction of the first temple, which was hundreds of years before Jesus, and the synagogue that Jesus went to, the synagogue that Paul went to, the synagogue that's being referred to in Acts 15, had a particular structure, which, while obviously 2,000 years later, our synagogue is not an exact replica of what was 2,000 years ago. It is an obvious descendant of the synagogue services, which were instituted by the prophets as a replacement, as something other than, as something that is not the temple service, because the temple service for Jews is reserved for Jerusalem, the one temple in Jerusalem. So the fact that they have bits of the temple services in their churches is further proof that they've lost their way, and they're not continuing what Jesus and Paul and the early Christians did before the destruction of the temple in 70, certainly. And frankly, like, even after the destruction of the temple, I am not sure that the early Christians had incense and stuff like that. But I mean, the Christian service incorporates parts of the temple stuff. And it is missing many of the most important parts of the synagogue service, namely the Amidah, which is what we consider to be prayer, right? And the early Christians did, in fact, 3 times a day say that Our Father, which I believe Jesus originally taught as a mnemonic for the Amidah, which is a much longer prayer. But look, when it says that Jesus went to the synagogue as was his custom on Saturday, and he read from Isaiah, like, we as Jews, having gone to a synagogue service, know what the form of that was and would be, and it makes sense to us. Whereas, because in our synagogues, visitors get called up to the Torah. But in a Christian service, somebody walks in off the street and he gets called up to read from the scroll. What? That's never going to happen, because our services are a continuation of the synagogue services that Jesus went to, whereas the Christian services are a Frankenstein monster of bits and pieces of the synagogue, plus things from the yes, and CW says Codex.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, but isn't the Amidah?
You're wrong. Yeah.
Isn't the Amidah supposed to be based off of the temple sacrifices?
No. Well, kind of. It was instituted by the prophets, Hosea 14:2, I want to say. But the prophets instituted them keneged, as a memorial of the temple services and something in replacement of the temple services. But we don't, for instance, we definitely do not make incense outside of the temple. Whereas Christians, like, all the smells and bells, and I'm like, if you've been to an Orthodox service, you will see there are
no incense and all that. But I could see
a
comparison, the Amidah being based off of the sacrifices, and the Christian church being similar, just with incense. I mean,
no, the prophets actually instituted the Amidah and the synagogue service, whereas Christian services were made up by a bunch of pagans.
Is this what you were talking about before you came on the live stream with, is it Cheyenne?
Shaheen, yeah.
Shaheen, thank you.
Yeah, this is a new topic. I mean, I kind of brought up, but we were talking before about just kind of like, I don't know, just the differences between the religion. And I was going over like how I'm kind of studying, right, how Christians and Jews like view prophecy, and like how the Bible, and Jacob was telling me how the Bible will, on purpose will change language up a little bit to make it more like Christological, or like, more, the prophecy is more talking about Christ. And that's basically what we were talking about before. But Jacob, I have a question. Do you think is the Lord's Prayer, would you say that's like a Jewish type of prayer? Or
okay, it's really funny. This is my personal innovation. I've never seen anybody else talk about it. But so when I saw where it talks about in the Christian Bible, they asked Jesus how to pray. And he says, this is how you should pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I recognized those first three parts from the Amidah, because the Amidah we still refer to it as the Shmon Esrei, which literally means the 18, but there are 19 benedictions. There were 18 benedictions during the time of Jesus, and after Christianity started spreading, a 19th blessing was added. It's called the blessing of the heretics, where we curse the heretics. And the Christians, apparently, as best we know, that's when they decided to leave the synagogue, because they considered themselves heretics. And I guess they were right. But the Shmon Esrei, right? It's pretty long, and what you see throughout the Talmud in many places is people discussing what the component parts of the Shmon Esrei are, right? So each section is referred to with certain names, and see if you can recognize the first three names. So the first one is fathers, plural, avot, referring to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? The second part, it can be referred to either as reigns or powers, but reign is very close to heaven in Hebrew. And the third part is Kedushat Hashem, the sanctity of the name, right?
Okay.
So from that, my guess is, and there are like rabbis making mnemonics is very, very common. My guess is that Jesus or the early Jewish Christians had a mnemonic for how the paragraphs are supposed to be structured. And kind of like, imagine somebody takes a book and opens it up to the table of contents and reads the table of contents as if it's a sentence. I think that's how Christians ended up with the Lord's Prayer.
Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, which is kind of ridiculous.
If I might ask, what book is that?
Oh, this is Halakhic Man.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and okay, so another thing too that Jacob was kind of telling me, right, is like the fundamental problem from his point of view about why Jesus can't be the Messiah is the rejection of the Jewish people from Jesus, right? That's what you were saying, Jacob?
I think, I mean, look, so this is one of my favorite things to show, right? I use this image way more than most people think an Orthodox Jew should, and there's a reason why I do that. Because so this is from 500 years ago. It's called Christ Crucified, and on the top it has in 3 languages, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the first line is supposed to be in Hebrew. Now, it's all sorts of messed up and funny Hebrew, right? And like, in a sense, for me, like this is the perfect image to describe Christianity, right? You have, and I did a video, Christ circumcised, on this video and explaining this, right? Because the one thing that is completely being not shown is Christ's circumcision. He's not a Jew. And that's what Christians, like, this idea of Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, for thousands of years, if you called Jesus a Jew, a Christian would punch you, right? And like the Hebrew, the bad Hebrew, is your proof that like the one people that Jesus is not the king of is the Jews.
He's the king of the Gentiles.
Yes, it's Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Gentiles.
Okay, I get that.
If he's the Messiah, like if you want to tell me that he's the Messiah for Gentiles, okay, have at it. But he's not King of the Jews.
What are those 2 other languages?
So they're Greek and Latin.
Greek and Latin.
Yeah.
So I guess that would kind of go into like I guess the justification for that reality would be texts like Zechariah 12:10 or Isaiah 53 or, you know, those types of things, right? Basically saying that like this is the one that is suffering for us and we've kind of rejected him, and like that's where, would you say that's where they're getting that from to justify that kind
Isaiah
of thing?
53, the people who rejected him are the Gentiles.
Okay.
That's the context of Isaiah.
Because you're if you view it from the sense that the Gentile nations are speaking in Isaiah 53, right?
Yeah, they're the ones who didn't believe, and this is one of the points Rabbi Skobach makes is like, so if there is a second coming, and Isaiah 53 is actually talking about the second coming, the only person that it cannot possibly be is Jesus. Because Isaiah 53:1 says, who would believe our report? And like Muslims believe Jesus is the Jewish Messiah. Christians believe. So like half the world like believes Jesus is the Messiah. So if this is talking about the second coming, like who's going to be surprised? The Jews, not the Gentiles, right? It is a complete inversion of like applying that to the second coming is completely impossible. Now, yeah.
When you mention the second coming, are you still talking about from a Christian standpoint, or do Jews?
Yeah, because we don't believe in a second coming.
Well, that's what I was
Why would you need a second coming?
Well, actually, Jacob, this is where I was gonna ask you kind of something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Jews don't believe in a second coming. It's just one coming, but I also hear of the 2 messiahs, or the 2 messiahs to come in the eschatology. Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. And from the Christian understanding of this is that the Messiah ben Joseph will come first, and he essentially takes on that role of being the Holy One pierced in Zechariah, right? I think that's the Jewish understanding as well, or Jewish understanding.
Kirk, I'm muting you because we were overhearing your family yelling at you.
It was not me.
So I actually talk about the Josephite Messiah or Mashiach ben Yosef a lot on this channel, because I have the strange view that Christianity is in fact Mashiach ben Yosef. Now, this is not a prevalent Orthodox Jewish view at all, although I have asked worthy rabbis, and they have told me it's not against our beliefs that even the idea that Jesus might be Mashiach ben Yosef. So for thousands of years, Christians the very few Christians who knew about this concept of the Josephite Messiah believed that it was a rabbinic invention that was trying to explain away Jesus and didn't actually exist. Until the miracle of the Dead Sea Scrolls happened. And frankly, I have to say that the Dead Sea Scrolls are the most open miracle our generation has ever had. A revelation of God that everyone should take very seriously. And we can see from the sectarian documents of the Dead Sea Scrolls that they believed in multiple messiahs. Actually, they believed in the priestly Messiah and the Davidic Messiah. Now, in is it Zechariah? I believe it's in Zechariah. It talks about the 4 craftsmen of the redemption, and the 4 craftsmen in Jewish tradition are the Davidic Messiah, the Josephite Messiah, the priestly Messiah, and Elijah, right? And so, I mean, for me, it becomes doubly clear. If you believe that Jesus is the Josephite Messiah, right? Then, hey, Chad, we'll get to that after. If he is the Josephite Messiah, like this idea that the Josephite Messiah and the Davidic Messiah are both the same thing, right? The Christians used to believe that there was no two things. And for thousands of years, they said it was a rabbinic invention that there are two things to explain away the two comings, right? But now that it has become absolutely clear that this is something that precedes Christianity and archaeologically we can see that this idea, hey, maybe Jesus is the Josephite Messiah. If you believe that, then he's definitely not the Davidic Messiah. What would make you think, like my famous joke, right? There's a pastor teaching Sunday school, and he goes to the students and he says, what has 4 legs, lives in a tree, and stores nuts for the winter? And nobody's answering. So he calls on Billy and he says, Billy, what has 4 legs, lives in a tree, and stores nuts for the winter? And Billy says, well, it kind of sounds like Jesus. It kind of sounds like a squirrel, but I'll say Jesus. Because the answer for Christians is always Jesus. Everything is Jesus, to the point where Jewish counter missionaries will open up the Bible to like horrible people, like false prophets, and be like, hey, so is this Jesus? And the Christian will say, oh yeah, that's Jesus. And then you look in the context and it's like, it's some horrible false prophet, right? And it's like, yeah, stop it with the Christological readings.
The way I've seen Father, I don't know if you know Father Peter here. He has Orthodox ethos, but he has like a basically Orthodox YouTube channel, and he has in his explanation the entirety of the Old Testament. There's always some prefiguration of like ever since Adam, all the way from Adam to the prophets. It's all everything. It points to Christ, basically.
It's all Jesus. Everything is Jesus.
Everything's Jesus.
The answer to every last question is Jesus, which makes me ask them, like, when David sinned with Bathsheba, was that prefiguring Jesus too?
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, to be fair, Muslims are also pretty revisionist.
Well, Chad asked me what are my thoughts on Judas. If you listen to if you read Robert Eisenman, who I think makes a lot of great points, even though he's not considered mainstream, his views are not considered mainstream. He makes a very good argument that there were replacements made in parts of the Christian Bible, and this Judas character is made up, right? I think that's plausible. Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of textual criticism. I think there's a lot of things that are lost to history that we just don't know the actual facts of.
I think St. John Chrysostom, he equates Judas with Jews.
A lot
You
of
believe Judas was made up to demonize the Jews?
Well, I mean, not necessarily to demonize. I mean, in a sense, to demonize the Jews, but I think it's to like show like that this like it kind of showing a kind of what's it called, exegesis or something, or like just like showing like how it's like symbolic of Jews leaving or like Jews rejecting Jesus. It's like, you know what I mean? I think that's what they were trying to. That's what the saint was trying to do.
Is Shaheen part of the Noahide community?
No.
Shaheen's just a Persian I found on the internet.
We find each other like that, you know. It's just
it's like Persian, like magnetism.
If it's not too personal, what's your religious beliefs, Shaheen?
I'm kind of in a weird, like, I guess like a general kind of like theism, like believe in a god, but like not really sure what the details are, I guess, you know, like not sure which religion is right about it, or, you know,
like a Burke Spinoza type.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've kind of been reading the Bible for the past 6 months, and my family background's Muslim though, but I mean, I have to read I want to read the Quran as well, or the Quran. And yeah, I'm basically in that like exploring type of phase, I guess.
Jacob, how long have you been interested in this biblical scholarship?
Biblical scholarship? I mean, so I still remember my first semester in college. I took an ancient history class, and I wrote a paper on who wrote Deuteronomy. And my conclusion was that somebody wrote Deuteronomy like 300 BC, like it was a student of Ezra the scribe or something, like the whole Deutero Isaiah type, you know, because I went and I searched up what was in the library at USC, right? As I became more religiously involved and studied the Bible, I became more and more dismissive of the documentary hypothesis and all that stuff. Because it just seemed silly to me. It wasn't until I started seriously reading the Gospels that I started, like, the Gospels scream out like the historical critical method. They really do. Like, it's very obvious with the synoptics, especially, right, that these are rewritings of similar texts, right? Of like they must have taken the same text, like this idea of Q, right? That because the texts are just so similar, right? In certain places, in certain ways. And I mean, when you get Mary, the sister of Mary, like that really, like Mary, the sister of Mary, the idea that you would have a Jew with like who named two of their daughters Mary, like that's just not a historical thing.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
To be fair, I have heard some people claim that the Old Testament itself was inspired by earlier Mesopotamian type myths.
Okay.
I mean, I don't believe it, but I mean, if you're gonna apply it,
Why no, hold on. If Moses had been exposed to Egyptian copies of Mesopotamian stuff, like how would that in any way affect, like if he through God's dictation and inspiration incorporated those things into our Bible, like why would that be in any way problematic?
It wouldn't. It just Christians would say the same thing about the Gospels.
Right. I'm not saying that it's a refutation of like Christianity, the textual critical method. I'm saying that when you were looking like at the synoptic gospels, like the textual criticism like screams out at you in ways that when you're just reading the Hebrew Bible, like it's just not a serious thing. What happened was Christians took these methods that they developed and they started applying it to the Jewish Bible. But like our Bible like was written over thousands of years, right? Like Genesis is obviously a much older text than the book of Esther, right?
Yeah.
And so it's you're talking apples and oranges.
That's
in a
fair.
very real sense.
I mean, the Tanakh is like 4 times bigger than the New Testament as well.
It is much bigger, and obviously Hebrew letters are like, if you write things in Hebrew, it's much more compact, and it has a lot more diversity of meaning in Hebrew than it does with Greek text.
Part of the New Testament's also written in Aramaic, right?
No, part of the Tanakh is written in Aramaic.
Daniel, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the new parts of the New Testament were too. I might be wrong.
There are Aramaic words in it, but it's in Koine Greek.
Okay.
That's another. That's like another Tobias Singer point. It's like if it's the inspired word of God, why would it be in Greek? That's a point he brings up. But I mean, it's also another question. It kind of begs question because it's like, okay, well, in Christian tradition, it's the whole everything in the New Testament is except Luke and Acts is written by Jewish people apparently. But like, if that's the case, why is it mostly like why is it all written in Greek? You know, like that's kind of a question. Kind of brings up.
And there are several places where it's very obvious that the person who's talking doesn't know Hebrew very well.
So you do think it was written by a combination of like Greek people and Jewish people, or
I really don't know. I could certainly believe that there was. So if you've heard of Shem Tov's Matthew, there is a possibility that Shem Tov's Matthew includes Hebrew, a Hebrew version of Matthew that was not translated from the Greek.
Okay, so basically Matthew was originally written in Hebrew, is the point.
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
So it's possible that Matthew was written originally in Hebrew. It's possible John was originally written in Hebrew. You're thinking of somebody else. It's not Nachmanides. The person who put it, Shem Tov's Matthew comes from Evan HaShoham, I believe was the name of it. But it was printed as an appendix, as a Hebrew version of Matthew, as an appendix to a rabbi who was writing a refutation of Christianity about 500 years ago. And there is one particular textual critic who believes that it wasn't just a translation from the Greek into Hebrew, but that it was it may in fact be an independent like recension from the original Hebrew. But that's a whole other thing. Back to whether, I mean, the letters of Paul were definitely written in Greek, and I have seen no convincing evidence that Paul actually knew Hebrew.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, yeah, he grew up in Macedonia, right? Tarsus. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the things. Father Stephen just wrote a book on the life of Paul, and obviously he does believe that Paul was educated under Gamliel and actually knew the Tanakh in Hebrew. I don't believe he did. I have not seen, and a lot of the proofs that Father Stephen brings are from those letters of Paul that are not considered the authentic letters of Paul.
I mean, even if the was written by a combination of Greek and Jewish people, or just by Jewish people, there are plenty of ignorant Jews. I mean, it's not like, I mean, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I don't really know how you would even defend it not being written in Hebrew, because like it makes it seem kind of inconsistent. My personal opinion, you know, I don't know. It's just
I really don't. I mean, part of the discussion Shaheen and I were having before we came on was I was saying, you know, ultimately we can have these Protestant discussions about like what you believe about individual verses and propositions and stuff, but at the end of the day, you have to be a part of a religious community, and like how you choose that religious community is not completely dependent on linguistic things of like little stuff like this.
I wouldn't think that, well, as a Protestant, you wouldn't have a chance to decide that way, because they don't even talk about it when you get into an actual community. They save that for the colleges and stuff.
I mean, that's part of it. Part of it is Protestants, as CW and Sam have learned. Like, if you're even questioning things, they will kick you out. And it's like, because they have these creedal statements that it's, you know, if you're not willing to sign on to the Heidelberg Catechism or the Westminster Catechism or whatever, right? They don't want you in their church, right? And I mean, that's just in many ways astonishing to me, right?
Well, and isn't that a little bit more recent? Like, in the times I was in my church before, there was and maybe it's because I'm a girl. I mean, there's a lot of argument around sort of the whole male female roles and stuff, but maybe because when I would ask questions, it's kind of maybe one of the small bonuses is that it's somewhat less important. You know, it's not going to, which is one of the reasons they're all up in, you know, arms now, because women will take stuff to synod and discuss stuff and decide on them, and they don't like it.
I mean, honestly, like,
women think differently, and it drives them nuts.
Yeah, I mean,
to a degree. Okay,
that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah,
I think women take in information differently, statistically speaking.
Well, so what I would want to know, speaking of that, if I have a choice between whatever you call the textual criticism and stuff, I'm going to look at that and think, in my day-to-day life, what percentage of importance is that going to hold in terms of how I make decisions, interact with other people, and go about being who I am, you know, trying to live well and walk well, compared to, here's the overall story. This is the context of what you're doing with it. Like, in a sense, what I was hearing you say, Jacob, was in the Old Testament, there is, or in the Hebrew scriptures, there's an ongoing story. And you guys were saying earlier, you were talking about the difference between prophecy among the Jews and prophecy among the Christians. And I honestly feel like in the New Testament, the whole thing has that sense of, so I write short things, and when I looked at writing a book of memoir, they told me to maybe do it in small vignettes. I feel like that's what the New Testament is. Somebody has sat down and written a whole bunch of vignettes and sewed them together.
Like they put a bunch of like prophecies together and like made it, or is that what you're saying? Or
not just prophecies, but they took a little, you know, like if you're telling a family history, well, you put a little bit of that in. And if you're talking about a prophecy, you put a little bit of that in. And if you're describing community life, you put a little bit of that in. But it doesn't have that same...
Not a unified story.
No. And even when I would, like, if you go back into Genesis and you read the family vignettes of all of the fathers, they flow from one to the other to the other. They don't just sort of pop up randomly. They actually have a place, and they tie to other stories. And you'll see the same thing showing up in different books where it's reflected one place and then another. But it holds some kind of flavor of the original context, not just, so we were talking about this. Boom, here's the topic again.
Well, like Jordan Peterson talks about, like the meta truth of something.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, you go on these non sequiturs. Like, I mean, I have to say, like, I often end up telling Christians, you need to read the Bible in chapters, not in individual verses. And this versification, right, of the Bible, this, we're going to look at just this tiny part, as opposed to having it be a large whole, right? I think part of that is part of the difference. But ultimately, like, so in Judaism, in order to have synagogue services, you have to have 10 adult males, right? And if you don't have 10 adult males, you can't have a synagogue, which means you can't fracture in the ways that Christian communities, specifically Protestant communities, do. There are definitely many churches in which you would never have 10, like Westboro Baptist Church, right? Like, until his great grandchildren, right? He was just a lone guy. And if that's how you're doing your religion, like it's a very particular way that seems to be completely like it's just bad.
To be fair to Christians, that is a pretty fringe example, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so is that one of the reasons you keep asking me, did I go to church today? Because one of he's trying to make me Catholic.
I'm not trying to make you Catholic. I'm trying to make you actually like online, an online community. We try to have an online community. Hi, Max, by the way. But like the fact that Max is in Los Angeles now, right? And hopefully at the end of the month sometime, we're actually going to have a gathering at my place probably, right? Here in Los Angeles. Like, that's important, right? You can't do community online.
No.
And you can't do community by yourself.
No.
It's an element of parasociality to it.
Right. So, but I actually do have, I do have communities that.
Yeah, you have communities,
Well,
including that crazy CRC thing that's not even a real CRC church you go to, which is driving you nuts.
I was going to say, though, I could go to my old CRC church down in Acton. It's only half an hour away.
Sounds better than the chapel or whatever you're going to. By the way, hi, Max. How you doing? We can't hear you. Yeah, make sure in your settings that StreamYard's been having trouble moving people's audio input.
That'll work.
There you go.
Have I met Max before?
Maybe not. Hi, Kirk.
How are you doing, Max?
Good. Just got home from work.
Well, that's good to hear.
Hope it's good.
So Max and Kirk, what are your backgrounds?
So I used to come here and I was interested in the Noahide community stuff. But I've been gone for a little bit. I'm just not as interested in coming here as often, but I like Jacob. I think he's a very educated man and I like learning from people who are more educated than me. But yeah, I mean, I just decided to hop on because I saw you were live and I figured, hey, I'll stop by.
Well, when I jumped on, I heard the phrase ignorant Jew, so I had to jump on because that's kind of my calling card.
How's your Passover, Jacob?
Passover was nice.
It was nice. My understanding is Orthodox Jews, don't they have like 5-hour Seders and all that?
At least.
Some of them.
Yeah, I mean, Reform Jews, they have like what, an hour, and then they eat, and then they order pizza with ham on it.
Pepperoni pizza on the Seder plate makes a lot of sense for a Reform Jew.
You know, it's an interesting thing you said, Jacob. I think with Father Stephen, it's kind of like what, and I guess I would ask you like what you would think Jews that convert to Christianity, what they see in it. But you're like, from my point of view, or from your point of view, like what would you really gain from Christianity as a Jewish person? And from my understanding, reading the Bible, I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like in Judaism, it's very like, there's very law-based, a lot of different laws you have to follow. And then, but Christianity, it takes, I guess, like moral things to like it, and it amplifies it. You know what I mean? For example, like it says, even if you look at a woman with sexual intent, you're sinful. But in Judaism, you would say that's not the case. Right?
That example.
It's
well, I don't know. I'm just saying in general, like I'm trying to see like what are really the differences in morality, or are they like, I know they're mostly the same. Like what, like for example, what would a Jewish person really gain from like converting to Christianity? I don't know, you know.
There definitely are people who convert because they want Judaism easy, because they want to eat pork or whatever, right? I don't think that's a serious conversion to Christianity. I have seen serious conversions to Christianity, including Michael Brown.
including Brother Nathaniel.
No,
Brother Nathaniel.
he just has mental problems. But Michael Brown, right? So he had a very secular, or Andrew Klavan, barely Jewish upbringing, right?
Which most
And-
American Jews.
Yeah, I mean that happens a lot. And he had a religious conversion. Michael Brown is no longer doing all the drugs he was, and Andrew Klavan actually has a relationship with God. And in that sense, for me, them converting to Christianity is an upgrade, because like Christianity is closer to Judaism than Reform and conservative. Obviously, what I am surprised I have never been able to find is, and there's nothing like, it is miraculous that I have not been able to find an example of a sincere Jew who, because he believed in Judaism, believed that Jesus is the Messiah and converted to Christianity. I have not found a single
I actually
example of that.
I have heard a story that there was an Orthodox Jew from Italy who the Rome the Pope converted to Catholicism. I forgot the name. It's like Israel something.
I have gone through lists and lists of names. I have never been able to find someone who genuinely, while I personally have met people who, out of a devotion to Christianity, became convinced that Judaism is true and converted away from Christianity to Judaism. There are Orthodox Jews today who were religious Christians, and through their devotion, I've told this story a billion times, but Rabbi Skobach talks about how he got a phone call from a cloistered monk and the monk said, "Rabbi, I need to talk to you." And Rabbi Skobach went and met with him in his cell in a monastery. And he said, "I want to convert to Judaism." And Rabbi Skobach's like, "Why?" And he said, because part of their daily discipline was they would read the entire book of Psalms every single day. And every single day he would read the longest chapter in the Bible, which is Psalm 119. It's an eightfold acrostic, right? So 176 verses, all talking about how great the law of God is, right? The Torah is. And he thought to himself, like, if that's true, then why this whole thing of the curse of the law that Paul talks about, and like being free from the law? And he decided to convert to Orthodox Judaism as a cloistered Christian monk in a Christian monastery, right? I have not seen a single example, and to me, it's surprising that it hasn't happened. Like, you're talking about millions of Jews over thousands of years. Not a single one has been like studying his Talmud and been like, "Hey, you know what? Jesus really is the Messiah." Why? Why hasn't that happened? Like, it's amazing that I can't find an example of this.
Yeah, I don't know of any like serious Orthodox Jew who's gone like that. I mean, there's like this Russian guy, Israel Shamar or something like that. I don't know if he had any Orthodox upbringing.
No, you hear all the time on it online. Oh, I was Orthodox. Every single time you look into it, they were like not observant. They were not serious about their Judaism. And Jesus says, if you believed in Moses, you would believe in me, right? Like, he says that. And I have yet to find a single person who genuinely believes in Moses who believes Jesus is the Messiah.
What about this guy I heard from your stream? AJ Bernstein. He has like that book From Orthodox Judaism to Orthodox Christianity.
I read his book.
Yeah, you've mentioned it. That's how I know about it. And I found a stream of him like doing a speech. It was like a 2-hour talk, but I haven't watched it yet.
I read his book, and honestly, he talks about how he left the faith and became a secular Jew, and then he became a Christian.
Oh, okay.
And so, I mean, this picture kind of like did it all for me. Here, I'll let me show you guys this picture from Richard Rowland's Twitter. This is how we do Pascha Texan style.
Is that like a Pascha's the Orthodox Passover, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Seriously? Like this is the Passover for you, right?
The Passover pig.
Yeah. This is Pascha for you.
Pesach pork.
It's an actual pig.
What's your opinion on like Passover or Pascha? Like, do you just think it's like a ripped off like thing, or like are you offended by it, or like?
I'm not offended by it, but actually over Passover, we were so the other Max and Jack and I were talking about the Christian calendar. And so when you read rabbinic texts, it's really crazy how they're constantly harping on about the calendar. I always thought, like, why are they constantly talking about how important the calendar is and the mitzvah of the calendar is, right? And only when I started getting more involved in this stuff with Christians and Muslims did it become so obvious to me that that Christianity like is obviously false because of the calendar, and Islam actually also because of the calendar. Because the Jewish calendar, like it's a sensible, we actually have our own calendar. The Christian calendar is all sorts of messed up. And at Nicaea, they're like, yeah, we're going to change the calendar because we don't want to be like the Jews. Like, that's what Nicaea actually says. It says we are changing our calendar because we don't want to depend on the Jews. And like, they have no biblical basis for their calendar.
Is there something?
Go ahead, Kirk.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for a second.
Oh.
What are you eating, Jacob?
Nuts.
I could go for some Chex Mix right now, to be honest. So yeah. So how's your YouTube channel been going? Have you gotten any new subscribers? Has you gotten any growth?
0 new subscribers since you left. Since you left, like it's been completely
What?
dead, Kurt.
No,
Without you, this channel
no,
is
I'm not. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, seriously, like even when I was here, you only have like what, like 1,000 subscribers, something like that.
I still only have 1,000 subscribers.
Well, one day, if you ever make it big, you know, hopefully,
1,000 subscribers is about 1,000 more than I expected to have.
So, question then, going back to the calendar. Well, going back a step before that. So, I should go to church because community is important. But if I go to church, and the community in which I am then is a Christian community, it's a lie. So it's important to be in a community that lies to me.
No. Look, I don't suggest you lie. You can still go to church and be like, look, this isn't what I believe, but this is
like the old guy that was a greeter at Walmart and said that he joined the church because he liked to cook and so he wanted to go for the potlucks.
Yeah. Look, you need to be a part of the community. And if your role in the community is the heretic who doesn't take communion every week, like that's your role in your community. But you have to have a community. You can't live alone.
So communities. I've been going to that little house church.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in my teens, I went to an Anglican house church that was pretty solid in terms of how they interacted. And I came out of there a better person than I went in.
Mm-hmm.
This one, it's more like when I was at the big church, 400 people, and so like, whether it's in a community of maybe there's 8, they can't have oh crap, they don't have a minion, but they do have they do have minions a la what's that movie? Several little ones, like about 5 of them. I think there's about 8 adults, but I find in both settings, community is nice, but I don't belong. I'm always that. No, it's true. This is something I deleted it.
I'm not saying it's not true. I obviously look. Other people are difficult to get along with.
Oh no, that's not at all. That's not it at all. I loved all the people. They loved me. I mean, it's
okay. So then, how did you not belong?
In part, family structures, like history. So in part history. In the one church. So I wasn't Dutch. I didn't grow up in that community. I wasn't the 3rd generation of family intermarried with each other. Like all the standard, hey, how we used to do community, everybody married each other and. And then in the little one, they were all about trying to do a church plant. And so there's an interesting mix of really different people. We're all coming from slightly different place, but in both things, it's like 90% of them are going, how do I believe this? And, oh, well, this is what this paper says. And, in the big church, they've got Yeah, I had to do catechism. Oh, yeah, I had to do this. Or I remember when they had 2 services, or, you know, a lot of I remembers. And in the little church, it's all the new and how do we engage? And now because of all the other stuff that's going on, what are we going to do when they kick us out? Kind of thing. And my consistent role there and at work, pick any age group, pick anything. I'm always just that person that's asking questions and getting other people to think and talk to. I don't know, like the people who like me are interesting, but that doesn't mean I am therefore part of a thing that's, you know, I'm not.
Okay, look,
So I was
there
gonna
are
say that, 'cause we talked about those-
Sandy. There are communities that you can't join because you weren't born into them, and they won't let you join. So those are off the table.
They would be glad to have me back.
Okay,
In a second, they would have me back.
okay,
you know, I could drop
so
on-
then, okay, so like join a community, like actually join. Like what you're describing is your inability to feel a part of a community that is being
ish.
welcoming to you. Like if that's happening, the problem isn't everybody else, the problem is you.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. I was trying to ask Hezi. He says, you look at your general Noahide community, they tell them to find other people so that you can form a community, because there's those people that go together with community, and then there's those people who all of their life they just walk alone.
Yeah, and that's like one of the first things it says in Genesis. Lo tov liot adam levado. It is not good for man to be alone. Like that's right at the beginning of the book.
Yeah. The only place I felt I belonged, I had Jack. He died.
Okay, so find somebody else.
On the long way. Heaven, let's have him back.
Sandy. Yes, it's difficult. Yes, everyone like this entire
girlfriend to get
corner
married.
of the internet exists because it's difficult to find a place where you belong. But we all need to find a place where we belong.
Okay, but I'm getting you off track because I'm not describing my suffering, but what I want to know is there's a common through thread. Like there's a common through thread in everything that you discuss, all the stuff that comes up, you know, Jacob's greatest hits and stuff. It's always, you know, get married, find a wife, have kids, go to church, go to synagogue, have a community, find people, surround yourself with people, and do stuff with them.
Mm-hmm.
And believe in God.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I do that.
Okay.
But my question is, if I listen to you and I go and find a church, I guess I just continue doing what I've been doing for 40, 50 years.
Okay. One thing, Dr. Who's that cardiologist that goes on?
My heart's good. I had it tested.
No, that goes on PVK. What's his name? Dr. I can see his face. What's his name? Dr. What is it? Dr. something.
Give us a clue.
He goes on PVK. He was on. He's a cardiologist. He goes on PVK. He came to Chino. He went to. He was one of the headliners at that thing in Arkansas.
Yeah.
I can see his face.
This is going to be one of those call a friend moments.
Anyway, one of the most upsetting things he ever said on PVK was he said, I don't believe that the book of Daniel, I believe the book of Daniel is a forgery, so I can't be a part of my church community. And I was like, get over your stupid ideas about when Daniel was written. Like, just seriously. Like,
I mean, you might as well just say that like there's no archaeological evidence for Moses. Why would I, if I believe in that? It's just it's another,
But so, I think I compared it. I was talking Dr. Frank. Is it?
No, but
No.
hang on.
I compared it to saying I divorced my wife because Biden won the election, right? Or Trump won the election. Like, if you're getting divorced because Trump won, like, there's something fundamentally wrong with how you view your marriage.
No, there's something fundamentally wrong with how you view the concept of marriage completely.
Yeah. And frankly, the same is true if in your community, right? If like this single proposition, whether or not the book of Daniel belongs in your Bible, right? Like, get over yourself.
Okay, so here's my problem with the CRC right now. They're all arguing about the 5 billion ways that you have to define purity, basically, or chastity, or however they want to define it, and who they should kick out. And the reason, the logic behind it that keeps coming up over and over and over, besides simply we like talking about sin is really bad and this is sin, is I've been doing this a long time and I can't put up with you anymore because I can't live my Christian life if you are here in my presence. And I went through like 37 years before I divorced my ex based on thinking he was going to trigger my oldest to kill me. That's a good reason to leave something. But if you cannot actually live out your faith, what you believe and stand on because somebody's irritating you.
Sandy, that's not what's going on in the CRC. The CRC is actually trying to define what it means to be a Christian, and they're having trouble. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
And the CRC is an absolute mess. And like, just find yourself a different denomination. Just move on.
What denomination is the CRC again?
Christian Reformed Church.
Yeah.
There are other Reformed churches. Join the RCA. Join the whatever you want. This.
They're good people, Jacob.
Okay, so and deal with it, but like
30-something years been there.
Okay, so deal with it.
Yep.
So deal with it, but like it doesn't sound like it's working for you.
What's the CRC?
Christian Reformed Church.
That's what Paul Clay. That's his denomination.
Okay.
Also, the CRC is the Chicago Rabbinic Council, and it's a good hechsher. So it's a very good hechsher.
And
so if you
RCA
see CRC, yeah, it's got a triangle C, large R, small c.
Is Max Friedman Jewish?
Yeah.
Jewish, Max?
Hold on, I think I can show my mezuzah here. Yeah. See?
Yeah. So good advice, the Hesher.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's see if
people aren't hermits, right?
If I do CRC in Google, neither the Christian Reformed Church nor the hechsher come up.
Christian Revival Church.
It's usually a business that comes up first. Where you been hanging out, Shaheen? Have you visited
I was-
around here?
I just got some food. That's it.
So is Shaheen in America?
Yeah.
In Los Angeles?
No, Oregon. One state up.
So because everybody wanted to definitely see what CRC looks like, this is the CRC. See?
Oh
So
my god!
it's
They
it
even
is
stole the triangle.
it's a very good Christian. It's a very good Christian. It's a very good hefter for, like, you can anything that they say is kosher, it's kosher.
Oh my, that's interesting. Is that where we got the triangle too?
I have no clue. I somehow doubt it, but maybe.
Jacob,
We've driven Max away.
at what age did you learn the value of community? Would you say, Jacob?
47.
47.
Sorry.
I'm 46, by the way.
Like, have you always had a strong value on community?
So I'll tell you, actually, Garth, our good friend from Minnesota here, who hopefully has gotten, well, he has. I showed the picture, didn't I? We have to show Garth engagement pictures. Where's the Garth? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Garth engagement picture is. So Garth actually pointed something out that was that blew my mind. He said if he said the people who are most devoted to community in this little corner. So that's Garth. He asked. She said yes. It's beautiful. Garth is Jacob's server's most successful member. I'm not sure I would say most successful member. Jonathan is having kid number 4, so he's winning the sweepstakes right now. He has more kids than anybody else in. He has 3.5 kids currently, so he's definitely winning.
A half?
But
kid?
what?
3.5?
Yeah, his wife hasn't given birth yet. But Garth said the people in this little corner who are most committed to community are people who have seen what good community is like and want that in the world. And I think that's actually held very true. I think, for example, Chad has seen the AA community and what it could be. And Paul has his church. And I have always had community with my good friends. I'm actually this summer, we're going on a little trip with my friends from high school. We've been friends for 30 years. Right? And we're doing a little weekend together, right? We've been friends for some of them. I've been friends with for 35 years, since I was 12.
So you've always been a community man.
The reason I see the value of community is because I have seen how important community is in my life.
Unfortunately, nowadays it's less common as it used to be.
Correct. As I keep on saying, the nuclear family is a nuclear disaster. It is.
I mean, social media, like Jonathan Haidt and Tristan Harris have talked about, I think that's a big factor as well. Like, nowadays, people want to get their information from not very intelligent people, instead of touching the grass.
I think television has been a huge part of it, and the culture of television has been a huge part of it. Social media has made it more evident, but I remember when we came to the United States, I went over to one of my cousin's houses and I was like, so when are we sitting down for dinner? And my cousin said, oh, nobody sits down for dinner. Everybody gets their own dinner. And I'm like, you guys don't sit together to eat dinner? He's like, no, this is America. We don't do that. And I thought, like, part of being American was not sitting together and having a meal, right? And that is the most horrible idea that the television dinner industry and the sitcoms have, like, like, if I ever had kids, I would be like, we definitely need to have dinner at least once a week, like very least Shabbat dinner. I remember I must have been like 12 years old, and it was a Friday night, and my dad used to work really late, so he got home at like 10 p.m. and I was in bed already, and he woke my sister and me up in order to make Kiddush, Friday night Kiddush. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is, and it was the strangest thing.
Breaking Shabbat, then sanctifying it.
Well, no, I mean, that was beside the point. The fact was we had already gone to sleep and we weren't doing, like, fine, you're working Fridays, do it at 10 o'clock. Do it Saturday night. But, like, have dinner with your kids once in a while. And this idea that American culture, like, who came up with that? Is to not have meals with your kids, to sit down to meals with people. That's, like, horrible.
I mean, yeah, but I do think social media really has, I mean, maybe it predates social media. It's just, I don't know.
Kirk, you're 17, right?
16.
You're 16. You don't remember before social media.
You're right. I don't.
Yes, everything that went wrong in the 60s. And somebody recently reminded me of what I used to say. The only way to fix our society is, and I still think it's true, Jane Fonda needs to be arrested, tried for treason, and executed. If Jane Fonda got executed, our society would go back to normal.
Can you connect the dots on that one?
Sure.
No.
So
yeah, tell me, what is your cat doing? Never mind, she's sitting.
Yeah, that's why I was moving the camera. She loves when that light is on. I guess because it's like a warm light, right? She goes up there and she just, like, stares at me, and her eyes, because, like, the light's straight on her, like, her eyes look so weird. She looks so scary like that. But she's been doing that for a little while now. Anyway, so Jane Fonda. Here, let's pull up
80s fitness
famous James Fonda.
80s fitness model. Oh, wasn't that like later? Like, wasn't she an actress first or something?
Jane Fonda is the daughter of Henry Fonda.
Yeah.
This is the famous photo of Jane Fonda. The very, very famous picture of Jane Fonda. The infamous picture for which she should be executed. So she's the daughter of Henry Fonda. She grew up as a rich, cosmopolitan, She became an actress, and I think she even sang or whatever, right? And during the Vietnam War, she became an anti-war activist, supposedly anti-war activist. But of course, you're not really an anti-war activist. She was an anti-American activist. And she went to Vietnam, and during a propaganda tour that she did for the Chi-Coms, the communists in Vietnam, she took this picture of her sitting on an anti-aircraft gun of the whatchamacallit, of the North Vietnamese during a war, right? That's funny. Ever notice Jane Fonda looks like Tucker Carlson?
I don't see it.
And like this was, as far as I am concerned, the fact that she was allowed back into this country, not arrested for treason and tried and executed, shows how our culture fell apart as an actual culture that's able to actually police the lines of, this is our society. We're at war. Our kids are soldiers, and you went and did a USO tour for the enemy. Don't come back here. Go live with the Chi-Coms.
I mean, look
Don't
at the.
come back here.
I mean, you also have the pro-Palestine and all that protesters.
And that's how I got reminded of it, right? Like, look, there is a concept of community here. There is a concept of, hey, we're in this together. You don't go and visit the opposing side in a war. Especially when you're famous, like Jane Fonda was a famous actress that a lot of those soldiers, like, really looked like. She was Barbarella, right? She was the sexy actress that a lot of them knew. And she was on the other side. What are you doing back in the United States? Who let Jane Fonda back in the United States? So I want to see her. She's still alive. I don't know why, but God decided she's still alive. And I want her tried for treason and put to death.
What do you say about the Tucker Putin interview?
That is completely different.
It could be different. I mean, to be fair, America's not at war with us.
Kirk, we are not in a shooting war. Like, just stop.
Yeah, I would say there's different. But I mean, yeah, 60s. Yeah, it also had the feminism and other stuff. So,
Shaheen, you wanted to say something?
No, I mean, I don't really have. I mean, you want to shift the topic back to?
We can shift it. This is a just chatting stream. We're just
sitting
here. Yeah.
Another thing that you said I found kind of interesting. With one of your talks with Father Stephen. You said that John 1 was thoroughly Jewish, right? Yeah. But from my understanding, I think John 1 is also kind of like the cornerstone of like Trinitarian theology in a sense, right?
Well, I mean, are you talking about the Johannine comma?
No, not the. I thought you meant like the gospel, or is that not what you were referring to?
Okay, so there's the gospel,
or John 1 in the you're talking about the epistle.
So John 1 is the epistle. First
Oh, okay.
John, sorry.
I see what you mean. Okay,
Yeah.
I guess I understood.
Oh, no,
I
no, no.
misunderstood.
Okay, hold on. No. So, yeah, John chapter 1, the Gospel of John chapter 1 is also, very, very Jewish.
Okay.
Okay? And yeah, there are people who think of that as Trinitarian. It's
Mhm.
because, Elijah says John 1:1 is just Targum Neophiti, which is a translation of the Bible into Aramaic.
Well, basically what like speaking of the Targum, something I watched, our favorite person, Sam Shamoon, he uses the Targum a lot not a lot, but like he has done that, like videos on it, where the Targum in the Aramaic, it like personifies the word of God a lot, right?
So
in the
this
sense
is the
of like
main,
they heard the voice of the word of God, right? And
So-
that kind of thinking is like, and he's like, oh, look, see, this is what happened after Christianity by Jewish people. And they're showing that this is the word of God right here. And it's a person right here. You see what I mean?
Yes.
That's what they do.
So the Memra argument from the Targum is a very common one that Christians make. First of all, the Targums generally are just people translating things. There's a reason why when the Torah is read in Hebrew, when it's read in Aramaic, it's read with the Hebrew, and in the Greek, it was just read with the Greek. Because Hebrew and Aramaic are very close, and they're like, if you can understand one, you can kind of understand the other, right? And so the Targums were interpretations, they were expansions, right? But what am I wrong about regarding the Targums? I am not the Elijah and Yosef and what's his name, the other guy, definitely know a lot more about the Targum than I do. But Targums, they are expansions of and interpretations, which is all nice and well, right? But when it comes down to it, the Hebrew text is the Hebrew text. And if you want to get the Trinity out of the Hebrew Bible, you have to explain to me why nobody had a Trinity, even during the life of Jesus. Like, so my biggest argument against the Trinity is not any scriptural thing. It's you claim that you believe Jesus was God personified, right? Was God actually personified? Yet you believe that he was a really bad teacher, and hundreds of years after he lived, people had to come up with the concept of the Trinity and the Nicene Creed. Like, why didn't Jesus teach the Trinity?
Oh, that's why you're saying he's a bad teacher, like because he didn't teach it, or
like why couldn't, like, Jesus could basically, he could raise the dead, but he couldn't explain the Trinity.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes into the whole thing of like, he doesn't ever directly call himself God, right? So because he never calls himself God, you have to kind of he that's the way Jesus like talks in the God. He leaves a lot of clues, and he's very cryptic, I guess is the terminology, in like what he means. And that's how I guess a Christian would explain it. He doesn't directly say anything.
The Gospels like keep on talking like the messianic secret and stuff. And it's like, hey, how about we cut through all of this stuff and recognize that the people who were trying to stick things into Jesus's words couldn't find them in the things that he actually said. Why couldn't Jesus, like the fundamentals of his message, why couldn't Jesus himself actually explain the fundamentals of his message, to the point where, here, I'll play you one of Jacob's other greatest hits. Let me find this. My clips. So, where was that? Here, this is Sam's channel.
I feel like some of the downsides of dispensationalism, especially hyper dispensationalism, like my least favorite aspect of it is that it's like, well, when Jesus was alive around and talking, he was just talking to the people of Israel, right? Right. And really, he wasn't exactly preaching to the church. It's not like what he's saying is completely irrelevant or something like that, but we're just reading something that was actually not to us. And really, it's the post-Pentecost epistle age, right? And especially the Pauline epistles, like,
also to the Gentiles. And that's when, like, I've heard some people say the Gospels aren't irrelevant to us, but he wasn't speaking to people like us.
Yeah, right.
And we need to follow Paul. And it's like, that feels weird.
Yeah.
Why can't Paul and Jesus be on the same page? But Jesus, I do believe Jesus came to the lost house of Israel to try to...
Because Jesus and Paul were not on the same page. And another clip from here. This guy has 1 million followers. Like, okay, 700.
I've seen this guy before. Who is he?
What?
Who is this guy?
Mike Winger.
Mike Winger, I've heard of him before. Yeah,
he has 730,000 subscribers, and he is a mainstream Christian pastor. Listen to this.
So if you want more details about Jesus fulfilling the law and how it impacts Gentiles, a lot of that stuff's going to come later because his ministry was not to the Gentiles. And this is a point I want to bring up a few scriptures to make. This is huge. When I'm reading,
this is huge. Jesus' ministry was not to the Gentiles.
Jesus' teachings in Matthew 5, he is not talking to Gentiles, he's talking to Jews. It's not after the new covenant, it's before the new covenant. It sets the stage for the new covenant. Remember when Jesus said in Matthew 15:24, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So that when he heals this non-Israeli woman's concern, then he does so, her daughter needs to get healed. He does so as an exception to the rule that he only goes to the Jews and not the Gentiles. Remember when he sent his disciples out, Matthew 10:5? He tells them, not Matthew 5, Matthew 10:5. I read this one earlier for you, but he tells them, go nowhere among the Gentiles and integrate.
So like, they've completely turned their back on Jesus. They've completely turned their back on Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, like what happened? So like basically, I mean, I guess during that time where he had like the multitudes following him, right? Like those people all betrayed him at the end, basically. Is that like were all those people, all those followers? That's the narrative, right?
I mean, you have to explain it somehow. And Father Stephen very much tries to explain it in a way that, like, no, Christians are not completely getting rid of Jesus, and Paul didn't completely get rid of Jesus. He hasn't convinced me, right? I hope he's convincing Christians, because if you don't believe that, I don't know how I don't know how Mike Winger considers himself a Christian when he says Jesus' ministry wasn't talking to him.
Yeah, I mean, even with that example he brought up with the woman, it's like even Jesus was like, he called her like a dog or something.
Right.
And
there are many places, like, there is nothing in anything Jewish which talks as bad about the Gentiles as some of the things that Christians put in the mouth of Jesus. Like, this actually happened on my Discord server. Someone said, hey, Jews, Noachides worship, somebody's echoing. I think it might be you, Shaheen. No, it's Kirk. Somebody said Noachides worship Jews, and like my response was, aren't you a Christian? Like you literally worship a Jew. Like literally worship a Jew.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it is.
I mean, I've heard a Christian say that the Talmud compares the goyim to cattle, but it's fake. I mean,
It's beyond like, yeah, the Kirk, the echo is really bad. So
what's the problem with the StreamYards thing?
What's the problem with StreamYard?
Like
It's
the
just-
echo is like I wasn't echoing before, was I?
Apparently not, but it's always your fault, Kurt. So this is a famous thing. Rabbeinu Tam actually believed that the midrash which talks about this is a valid midrash, and who am I to say Rabbeinu Tam was wrong? But if it wasn't Rabbeinu Tam who said this, I don't know if we would be able to say it. But there is a midrash which claims that the rabbis sent one of their own to become. It's actually the midrash is talking about Peter, although it seems like maybe it might be talking about Paul. But the idea is that the rabbis sent somebody to convince Christians to separate themselves from the Jews, like having their Sabbath on Sundays and stuff like that. I really don't know what to think about it. Yeah. And Max left without talking, and it's all Kirk's fault.
Yeah, everything's my fault. You know, it's not the Jews' fault. It's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
Warn Ukraine. Okay. So, did you finish your degree in psychology, Jacob, or therapy?
I am halfway through my master's of social work.
And so have you studied like Freud, Jung, Frankl? Is there any thinker who's influenced you with that?
No.
So my understanding is Frankl was known for the existential approach to psychology, like trying to.
Kirk, we are talking about things, and you're going off on a complete tangent. Stop that.
It could be autism. I mean, it's not really my choice.
You can call it whatever you want, but stop that. So Shaheen, you had questions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess another thing I'm trying to kind of learn more about is like relating to kind of what you were saying about moving the Sabbath. I mean, I don't think they would even consider moving the Sabbath. They would just say, I think Christians would just say they don't celebrate the Sabbath, or they don't keep it, you know? They would say because the Lord's Day is like a different thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Depends on the Christian, and how much they actually know the history of their own religion. The people who actually know the history of their own religion will say, yeah, like Sunday as the Lord's Day is something different from the Sabbath. But ultimately, like just the fact that the Christian day, for most people, they don't think of it as starting the day, like the evening before, right? The Jewish day starts at sunset.
okay.
And some Christians in many ways do maintain that. I didn't know that until recently. But yeah, it's very different. I mean, the calendar thing, I really do think ultimately is where it becomes blindingly clear that Christianity and Islam are wrong.
Well, I mean, another thing regarding the calendar, right? I mean, like, so do you think that, because I mean, Passover should fall on the same day for both religions, right? I mean, it's the same. It's Jesus died on the Passover, right? So essentially, I think what I've learned. So I think you were kind of touching on that. They basically change it just to not be Jewish,
Yep.
right?
That's
Okay.
what Nicaea says. And that's why I say
Okay.
at Nicaea, Christians turned their back on God, Jesus, and the Jews.
On God, Jesus, and the Jews. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think that goes into another thing I was learning about, just like the whole supersessionism, and like, you know, learning like, okay, well, like in the Christian, and another thing too is another thing I kind of, with your talk with Father Stephen, you were talking about how Father Stephen was talking like, he was trying to talk in like, if a Jewish person wants to convert to Orthodox Christianity, then he can like still keep kosher and stuff like that. But I don't even think that's the Christian view. I think the Christian view is that those laws are done, right? I'm pretty sure they don't think anyone should hold those laws. It's not. It's like that. It's the new covenant. The new covenant is not like the way Jeremiah said. It's not like the covenant that your ancestors had, right?
So
I think that's how they think of it.
Father Stephen will say that Father Stephen will say that it's that they do believe that the Torah is eternal and the law has not, because Jesus very clearly says that.
Okay.
Right? And there are ways of explaining it within Christianity. The fact is, the vast majority of Christians for the past 2,000 years have not viewed it in any of those ways, which now people, like, now that you have the Gospel of Matthew being read by the common folk, right? You have that question, and you have to have that question, and you need to have that question. Like, look, Christianity is not coherent. It isn't. And there are people who are trying to make it coherent with what we know today. Father Stephen is one of those, and he's trying very hard, and I believe that he makes reasonable arguments. He is an honest person making arguments, trying to understand Christianity with what we know today. And I'm very glad he's there, because a lot of Christians need him. But most of the other people who have tried the same thing have been Protestants, and they've, like, James Tabor, he can no longer really be considered a Christian at all. And apparently his sister converted to Orthodox Judaism. And like, if you're taking the Protestant restorationist view, that you want to go back to the religion that Jesus taught, right? So this is one of my greatest hits. But if you define Christianity as people who follow what Jesus taught, the only Christians I know are Orthodox Jews.
Because he said to keep the commandments and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus went to synagogue.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he held the Sabbath and everything.
Acts
kept the
15,
Sabbath.
not just him. Like Acts 15, right? They say that Moses is read in the synagogues every week. Yeah. Moses is not read in any church every week. There is no church that reads Moses every week.
That's true. They don't do that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think I think Father Stephen made a good point in the sense that the law and the commandments as a whole is not meant for Gentiles, but so it's the question. So I think that becomes the fundamental question is like, so if someone converts to, or like, I was from my understanding, you can't really convert into you can convert to Judaism, but like, it's not the same. Like if someone converts to Orthodox Judaism, are they expected to keep the 613 commandments?
So, okay. And this is where the Noahide divide really comes from, right? So in Judaism, we don't believe that you need to become a part of the community of Israel in order to be a good person, to have a share in the world to come, to be a good person, right? At the same time, we believe that the nation of Israel is a priesthood, and that it says, "Mamlechet Kohanim tihiu li," right? You shall be for me a nation of priests. And just like in a Christian, like in a Catholic church, you are not less of a human being. You're not going to hell if you're not a priest, but the priest has a certain specific role and capacity to him. In Judaism, we believe Israel has a specific role and capacity, and that if you want to be a member of Israel, you can, in fact, for now, there's a tradition that we won't, that when the Messiah comes, we won't convert people. And I actually think that may have been part of what was going on in the Christian discussion with Paul. But so you can convert to be a part of Israel, but there's nothing that says you have to, that you must, that even that this is a calling for everyone, right? So you can convert and be a Jew under the 613, but the covenant of Noah is something that did exist, that preceded Christianity, and the God-fearers that the Christian Bible talks about were these Noahides, what we today call Noahides, right? Because this is something that was practical in Judaism 2,000 years ago, and then Christians would literally kill you if you were a Noahide, and so that really fell away, and it's only been revived in the past 50 years.
The Noahide community? In the past 50 years?
The idea that if somebody could be a Noahide, like most Jews have never heard of this. They don't, I had never heard of this. But it is a concept that was in, Maimonides does talk about it, but when Maimonides talked about it, everybody glossed over it and is like, well, that's never going to happen, except that it's started to happen.
That makes sense.
I've been trying to remember because my memory is not great. Is there a significance? So there's the 6 laws given to the Noahides plus the one to establish courts, which means there's 4 laws that are not included in, because the Moses laws don't say to establish courts. So what was the addition?
Hold on, you're thinking of the 10 Commandments?
Yes.
Okay, so the 7 laws of Noah have nothing to do with the 10 Commandments.
Some of them are the same.
Some of them are similar, certainly. Yes.
And which ones are not similar?
So
And is there a reason?
it's two completely different things. They don't actually overlap in any serious way. The because also Ever Minachai is so the cruelty to animals, that's not part of it, right? And okay, I don't want to get into the whole Sabbath thing, Shaul. The Noahide laws come from the first 9 chapters of Genesis. The 10 Commandments are something separate that were given to Moses.
But in the Christian context, you get taught from the 10 Commandments.
Depends on the Christians, and that kind of gets weird.
Doesn't Paul teach the at the Council of Jerusalem? He basically tells that the Gentiles should follow those 4 rules, right? Aren't those kind of like similar to the Noahide laws, or is it a similar kind of thing? I don't know.
So yeah, there is an argument to be made. There is an argument to be made that the Acts 15 is actually referencing the laws of Noah, especially because the Book of Jubilees, which was after Genesis, I believe, the most commonly copied thing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the Qumran community really was big on the Book of Jubilees. And the Book of Jubilees makes explicit reference to the 7 laws of Noah. Isaiah 44:5, one will say, I belong to the Lord, another will call himself by the name of Jacob, and still another will write on his hand the Lord's, and will take the name of Israel. Oh, I guess so. I mean, you can be you can convert and be part of Israel, but we also have this concept of a resident alien, a ger toshav, right? And frankly, we have this concept of somebody who's righteous without having any connection with Judaism whatsoever, right? Like, it's possible somebody who's born in rural India, right, where they have no connection whatsoever with Judaism or Moses or anything like that, can be a genuinely good person. And like, there's nothing in Judaism that says that person is going to burn in hell forever. Whereas there are Christians who believe that people, simply for the fact of, well, I mean, recently Christians have started saying you have to reject Jesus in order to burn in hell forever. If you never heard, then maybe you won't go to burn in hell forever. But like, I reject the idea that Jesus is God. And as far as the most Christians are concerned, that's a rejection of Jesus. And if you think I'm going to burn in hell for no other reason, I have reasons to burn in hell. That's not one of them, right? And if it is, to quote my rabbi, when they get up to that one, I'll know they're almost done, right?
Isn't the concept of hell in Judaism like a purgatory type of thing?
Yeah. So
it's not even a term.
The Talmud does talk about people who hell will end and their torment will not. But generally, the explanations given is that those people are people who they're actually better people than the people who burn in hell until hell ends, right? Because they have a place in the world to come, but they will have the torment of knowing that how they failed in their life for the rest of eternity. But
Okay.
we don't have very strong views on what will happen in the afterlife because we don't know. If the Bible was if the Bible could be more explicit, it would have been. If it needed to be, it would have been. Like, there's no way in which I believe the Bible is deficient in teaching that which it wishes to teach. Now, there are other things that are also, like, I do believe in the oral law and all that, but the Bible teaches those things which are most fundamental to Judaism.
Makes sense. I mean, the Sadducees didn't have any concept of a afterlife, right?
Apparently, I mean, yeah. Like, look, we will find out what the afterlife is like when we find out what the afterlife is like. The belief that God will in fact punish the wicked for their wickedness and reward the righteous for their righteousness is fundamental to Judaism. How God will do that, that's above my pay grade.
Sense. So relating to that a bit, do Christians, what's the difference between the Christian and Jewish eschatology? Like, Jews believe in a physical resurrection, right?
Well,
Do Christians believe in a physical because I keep thinking of it as like, okay, well, if Jesus went to Hades and freed all the souls and made them went to heaven, that seems more of like a spiritual resurrection, right? Versus it's like a different idea. I don't know.
It really comes down to whether you're talking about Christians who actually know their religion, which is not that many Christians, or the general view of various denominations. Now, Christians definitely, like knowledgeable Christians who actually know their Bible, know that they do believe in a bodily resurrection because that's explicit in the Christian Bible. But vast majority of Christians don't know their Bible well enough, and they have this idea of an otherworldly heaven that is like, and a concept of the soul that honestly I think doesn't even work well with the Christian Bible. The Jewish concepts of soul is very, very different from what most people consider. So, like, we believe in fragmentary and fractional souls, right? So, basically, we don't believe that any individual human being is complete and whole in their soul. It's husband and wife that is complete. That is one complete human soul, right? That's not a thing most Christians have even contemplated, and they find it very, very weird. Well,
I thought the Orthodox Christian Church, they say like when a man and woman get married, it's like in Genesis how they're one flesh, right?
I mean, that I am sure there are people who would say similar things in Christianity. Mm-hmm. The problem is you can't take it where Judaism does, because Jesus wasn't married and Paul probably wasn't married, right? And Christians don't have the same view of marriage that Judaism does. Like, Judaism very clearly, like I keep on quoting from the Code of Jewish Law that we talked about before the stream. Like one of the things it says is somebody who's not married is not considered human. Now that's a rabbinic term that's obviously an exaggeration. You're still a human being, but it's
You're incomplete, basically.
Yeah, you are incomplete as a human being if you are unmarried, which is one of the actual, like, when you really talk to Jews about the idea that Jesus was somehow the perfect like person, like the first thing is like he wasn't even married, right?
Interesting. Yeah.
But so, or another example is there are several places in the Bible where in Psalms, for example, you say Barchi Nafshi. So Barchi is a command, bless, to a female, right? It's a feminine command, Barchi, bless, right? And it's referring to your soul, Barchi Nafshi. You say, bless, O my soul. That's how it usually gets translated. Bless, O my soul, right? You're commanding your soul to bless God. Who's doing the commanding and who's going to do the, like, this is in most people's conception of the soul, the human soul, especially Christians, like, this is completely nonsensical. Who's telling your soul to bless? Like, how is that a commandment you can give your soul? But in the Jewish conception of soul, that makes sense. And another example I give, I like to give to Christians because it's from their Bible, right? Jesus asks his apostles, who do you say I am? And the answers are, some say you are Elijah, some say you are John the Baptist, and some say you are the Messiah, right? Well, I mean, people knew who John the Baptist was, and his death was a very famous event, right? Like, people who are saying you are John the Baptist obviously knew that John the Baptist was put to death, right? So in what sense are these people saying that Jesus, like, what are they thinking when they say Jesus is John the Baptist?
Yeah,
Now,
why? I don't know why they're saying that.
Yeah, so with the Jewish conception of it, which is that we believe in Gilgul Neshamot, we believe in sometimes it's translated reincarnation. Sometimes people use the term transmigration of souls to show that it's not exactly like how people think of reincarnation, especially the Buddhist version of reincarnation. But the Jewish concept of soul is just so much more complex and different from what most Christians know that it just doesn't translate at all.
Does that mean, okay, because John the Baptist, he was like 6 months older than Jesus, according to the stories.
And then he was put to death.
So if in the Jewish mind it was possible that that Jesus could be John the Baptist, does that reflect back on the fragmented view of the soul that you have and the fact that your soul can be in more than one place at the same time?
And that your soul can, in essence, parts of your soul can move from person to person.
That makes sense to me.
So that's what they were meaning. Like he died, but then his soul went to Jesus or something.
Something about his soul,
Okay.
Mhm.
right?
In the concept of marriage, that makes sense to me, because if the soul is formed with the breath of God upon the body he created, the body he created was the original Adam, which in Genesis 2 shows that Adam is two parts of one being, in essence, and therefore the soul.
I mean, I kind of want to be careful here because,
Yeah.
again, like these are things that are not very explicit in the Bible, and like I'm no expert, and none of this stuff is stuff that's very essential to beliefs. But if you want to go into it and look into it and see what parts make sense to you, yay, that's great. But like in making sense of those things, right? Like the Hebrew conception, the things we say, and it's obviously very different from the eschatology of Christianity. That's Judaism and Christianity, like this idea that Christianity is the continuation of Judaism, I think is patently false.
But that's when I was talking all the ridiculousness earlier. That's part of my issue. I really think, like I told you before, I became a Christian at camp, not because I listened to the preaching and I went, oh, that sounds so true. I actually went and argued with God about it. So I became a Christian because I was being obedient to a conversation that I believe I did have. But I still think that if there's going to be complete sense made of who Jesus is, that it's still tied up there. If there is something to be found, it's tied up in the original place that it would have been found, which is within Judaism. Therefore, I just keep listening.
Okay. I mean, so this is one of the things Shaheen and I were talking about before we started this, which was I was saying, okay, I want you to have a personal relationship with God. I want you to actually pray. I want you to actually try to understand God and to learn your Bible and have that relationship. Now, separately, you also need to have your love of your neighbor. Like the twin commandments, like Jesus didn't come up with the idea with that twin commandments. Somebody told me that it's the only example of Jesus giving an answer and everybody was like, yep, you're right. Right. Everywhere else, like people get mad or whatever, or like storm off. But like the Mark 12, right? He asks Jesus, like, what's the greatest commandment? And he gives a very Jewish answer. The first one is love the Lord your God, Shema Israel, right? God, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with everything you have. And the second is like it. Love your fellow as yourself, right? Like that Jesus didn't, like that preceded Jesus. That was definitely a teaching of Judaism before Jesus, right?
I've heard that before too, where someone said like some other teacher
Hillel,
or sage.
yeah. Hillel
said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And famously, like, I mean, there are two quotes of commandments out of the Hebrew Bible. Like, obviously, it is a Jewish belief
So you agree with Jesus that those two things they sum up all the laws?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something. It's also found in Philo of Alexandria, who was before Jesus, right? Like this concept is it precedes Christianity and precedes Jesus, right? Which is, look, you have to go to church, right? You have to go to synagogue. You have to be part of your community, right? And like, if I mean, I was telling Shaheen, and I've said this before, there are people who are going to Eastern Orthodox churches not because they believe that the priest is a priest, but because they believe Jacob is a priest. Because they believe that I, as a Jew, have, like, I am right, that I am teaching God's word, and I told them, okay, you need to go to church. And this is not something I tell everyone. And frankly, possibly, Shaheen, if you really believe that I'm teaching the word of God, like, you should go to a mosque. And I have told other people to go to a mosque. Right?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I don't know what that imam is gonna say if he finds out that the only reason you're at that mosque is because a Jew told you to go. might kind of boggle his mind a tiny bit.
I mean, even if I told the priest at the Orthodox church, hey, you know, a Jew told me to come in, he'd be like, oh, that's, you know.
Yeah. Like, lots of people get surprised by this, but like, I want you to have a relationship with God. You have to have a relationship.
So you think you can have that relationship with God and it's not mutually exclusive with the synagogue? Or, you know what I mean? It's, you can have it in other worship areas. Okay.
Unfortunately, our synagogues are not prepared to, once again, like they did 2,000 years ago, welcome Gentiles. We know that 2,000 years ago, at least in some places, at least half the members of synagogues were Gentiles. Like active members of synagogues who were buried in the graveyard of the synagogue, who their names were on donation plaques, were Gentiles, right? They were not Jews. And maybe we will eventually have that in the future as well. But when it comes down to it, like, Shaheen, you got to get married. Like, you got to find a girl. And if you have this weird religion you came up with by yourself, like, where are you going to go to church with your girl?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, if you want to start a house church, more power to you. But like, you have to have a community. You have to have a place where your kids can grow up and your kids can get married.
Makes sense.
And as much as I complained to Jacob about the CRC, because I talked to God and I really believe and already believed before ever I met him that you can have a relationship with God. And there's even the fact that I was away from church for a while. After post-divorce, I went through a divorce, and right in the middle of all the crisis that they're going through, all of a sudden it's like, go back, go there. And I'm hanging out there talking to people still, and haven't felt like I'm allowed to not do that. There's something about having a relationship with God that really gets to the heart of everything you are and everything you do. And you sound way more grounded in actually knowing some of the things Jacob talks about than I do, because I don't hold facts the same way. I run on Psalms, instinct, singing. Jacob talked a while ago about some scripture or some belief between Jews and Christians, and my mind went to a hymn that they used to sing. Those things come to me quickly. But it's still, it's still a matter of I don't completely get to decide my whole life. I have this deep need to talk it over with God, everything I'm doing. And what he said, it's really valid for all those reasons that he said, you know, and whoever you are and whatever has you looking to God, that's going to come together. Like eventually you're going to get married, like you said. And I would be talking to him now about that, you know, just he listens.
Talking to God about that?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, talk to him about what you read. Talk to him about what you think. Talk to him about what you hope. Talk to him about anything. You know, there's a ton of liturgy you can follow to go along with it in any of the traditions. But actually bare your soul, you know?
Yeah, it's good advice. Thank you. I don't know if I have it. I mean, I don't know if I have anything else I really want to go into.
I mean, you're always welcome. I like I have these just chatting streams. Hopefully, I'll be having more of them now that my quarter's almost done, where I'm doing my internship. But like part of what I do here is trying to get the online community, but also trying to get people to like get offline, because you can't have community online. And so if you want to discuss this stuff, hey, you're more than welcome. And like there's the Discord server and all that stuff. But like ultimately, I'm far more concerned in knowing, okay, Shaheen, like how's your relationship with your mom and dad? How are you like figuring out where you're gonna work and where you're gonna live and how you're gonna afford to get married and have kids? And that stuff is really important, because like relevance realization, right? Whether or not like and I said this to you before, yeah, I really do believe that the Trinity will damage your soul. That belief in the Trinity is something that is damaging to a human soul, right? But you know what else is really damaging to a human soul? Not having a good relationship with your parents, not having a good relationship with a life partner, not having a job and a roof over your head, and everything else that goes on with it. And like this dichotomy where you can have a healthy soul, like a healthy religious life, which is somehow divorced from an actual marriage, is just weird and nonsensical.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. A lot to think about. I mean, even if I go to mosque, I'd still be thinking Jesus is the Messiah. So
well, Islam teaches that, so that's not a problem. Islam.
No Trinity, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, directly teaches. I mean, they refer to him. I believe the Quran refers to him as Isa Masih, So yeah,
Messiah for everyone but the Jews.
And that's how you know that Jesus is definitely not the person in Isaiah 53.
Okay.
It's okay. He still figures in somewhere.
Does Jacob still do the Hebrew Bible study on Saturdays?
I haven't been doing that. I think I'll go back to either having it on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. I don't know if Jason is back. He said he's gonna go to India, and then I really liked doing them with Jason because he knows his thing.
Well, I enjoyed those with you, and that's one of the reasons why I've been kind of gone, because I haven't been seeing that.
So Garth is not going to listen to my advice, and he's going to make that horrible deck that he you picked all the wrong you picked
Hey, Max.
all the wrong cards for your Magic deck. I'm sorry. Like that Magic deck is horrible. And hello, Rabbi. So Rabbi Mullet is an actual rabbi. He's a real rabbi.
A kosher
And
rabbi.
He came onto my Just Chatting stream and destroyed it. But it's okay. Because I actually had conversations with people who wanted to have and like I've said many times before, if I don't like playing rush decks usually either, but like if you're going to make a red white deck, like that's what red white decks are. If you want more control, then you should get rid of the red. There you can't red like you're playing against red if you don't want to do rush, like just get rid of red. White black, white blue. I mean the classic control deck is white blue. And as you can see, this is a Just Chatting stream where we talk about anything.
I saw that on your channel you've been promoting Rabbi Mullet's Biblical Hebrew course.
Rabbi Mullet has been. That's why he was able to end my stream. Is he can stream on my channel.
I am a Hebrew.
So he's been doing Jonah.
So
Max, are you going to talk before like people accuse me of bullying you?
Well, I was just going to say that you're going to lose me on the topic of trading card games, but then you reminded me that it is Just Chatting. So
It
you
is
anticipated that objection.
Yeah.
It's Just Chatting, but earlier you were telling me don't get tangents.
Yeah, because Kirk, your tangents get really weird. Like,
weird isn't necessarily a bad thing.
You kind of need to learn to like deal with other human beings. Social skills are good things, Kirk.
I'll try.
Hear Max speak about anything that he's interested or what's going on in his life at the moment.
I've been thinking about making a video about my experience growing up in conservative Judaism.
Is Max now an Orthodox Jew?
Is Max now an Orthodox Jew?
Depends who you ask.
We're asking Max.
I'm interested in becoming more observant.
Aha.
Well, good for you.
So you're an Orthodox Jew.
Baruch Hashem.
But I'm resistant to like being anything that you have to be.
Well, you have to be you, and there's anything you have to be, like you actually have to be, and so your resistance doesn't matter if you have to be it.
I'm just living my best life.
Okay. How's
I
work?
gave Shaheen talk to God about it and answer Jacob's question. I'll be quiet.
How's work?
It's okay.
It's okay. Just
Yeah,
okay.
I'm shopping around.
You're shopping around. Yeah, I'm actually considering. So I'll graduate next summer, and I'll be an ACSW, like Max, and I'm actually kind of wondering if the best way to get my 3,000 hours in might not be Kaiser, because like apparently they work you a lot, and I might be able to get my 3,000 hours in really quickly, more quickly than most places.
I took a phone screen there, and they required work on Sabbath.
Okay.
Which I'm not available for.
Okay.
It's good to stick with your principles.
I've talked about it a bit on stream, but I really did enjoy my last job working in forensics, and it was very good hours because they have to come.
So where does Max work now?
I'm working at a hospital with folks at a residential place with schizophrenia and similar.
Well, I pray that works out well.
What is forensics that you were working?
Talked about it a bit before, but it's kind of a euphemism for sex offender treatment. Meaning I'm working with guys on parole and probation for that type of stuff. And California law and federal law for the federal guys is that they have to participate in treatment, which is like court-ordered therapy. In the forensic model, it's kind of a side branch of psychology that's all based in actuarial tables. It's taking the same tools from the insurance world to identify the factors that lead to recidivism and for therapists to focus on those factors.
So like rehabilitation type social work?
That's one way to put it. No, it's more so just keeping them out of trouble, which is different than rehabilitation. Yeah, it was a fun job.
And Max, when did you find out about Jacob's channel or community?
Gosh, I've been around for a few years now. We connected on Bridges of Meaning back when I was interested in that channel, where I had a big interest in Christianity at that time. But then Jacob was the Jew, and I DM'd him, and I was like, "Hey, me too." And we built a relationship since then.
Have I ever do you remember my voice? I don't from any Hebrew Bible study or
No, I'm pretty sure I'd remember a cool kid like you. Was there anything else about that?
nothing, just you know. This is a great TLC. It's a great little corner of the internet. A lot better than most other corners.
Does that mean it's the open side?
What was that?
I just asked if that meant it was the open side. Whenever you have whenever you have three closed sides, one open side, and some stories in the scripture, and it made me think of that. If it's the best corner, it probably means the other three corners. I don't know. What are the other three corners, Kirk?
I mean, a lot of online quote unquote communities promote parasociality and other negative things, and I think Jacob and what he's trying to do with trying to build a real community and encouraging people to go offline and touch grass is a very important mission, and I wish more people would be a voice like Jacob's.
Has Jacob's voice caused you to touch grass?
I mean, I tried, with the Noahide. I was part of the Noahide Halacha streams, and I've talked to Hezi on some of the Pirkei Avot streams. So I mean, I think it's helped me a little bit in gaining social skills.
That's all a different topic.
Well, I just think I've, become a little bit better at social skills since then. Although Jacob would probably disagree with me.
So Jacob's been bugging me to hang out more with friends and with family, and I've been having my son up for a few overnights from his group home. And so indirectly, yes, Jacob's caused me to touch grass more readily because my son absolutely insists on at least one weekly tree walk. So a little bit of grass, some mulch, and rocks. and water.
If I'm asked, how old is your son?
Well, okay, so it doesn't really matter because everybody pretty much knows I'm old. He's not young, Kirk. He's not a son young like you. He's in his 30s.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, it's actually a better thing if they're an older kid who still loves you, because your kids who are under 18 basically have to love you if they want to get along with you. Whereas if you're a certain age, they can just sort of abandon you.
No, they actually don't. And if you've managed to somehow endear them to you, even after all they've been through, by the time that they hit 20, you're very blessed. And especially if they continue into their 30s.
Yeah, it's a better thing if you can sustain it longer.
Not
That's
all kids love their parents.
Mm-hmm. That's how I learned to talk to God. I read in the Bible somewhere that you're supposed to honor your father and your mother. And my father and my mother really, they were struggling with parenthood and some other things. So I told God, I will agree to honor my father and mother if you will agree to parent me, because somehow or another, I still need a parent out of this mix.
I mean, one of the reasons I've heard for the explanation for why there's a biblical obligation to honor mother and father is because they're like, in a sense, like God, in that they're part of the act of creation of you as an individual.
That, and it's good for you to struggle with some things early in life. So if you manage to struggle through honoring your parents, even while you're disliking them, you should come out somewhat balanced at the end of it. At least I did, I hope. Max, are you married? Do you have kids? Nada.
No.
That actually means nothing to me because my ex-husband was a carpenter, and he told me early on his brother almost lost his finger at work, and therefore wedding rings were kind of a no-go. It lived in a little box on his dresser.
Good excuse.
Yeah, I thought so.
No, I'm not married, and it would be very good for me to be married. And a big part of what's motivating me to connect with traditional communities is to facilitate that happening. Because, like I said, I'm thinking about doing a video about the religious milieu I grew up in, where way more adults told me to never get married than told me to get married.
Really?
Way more. I don't know if any adults told me to get married as a kid.
Telling
It's crazy.
your
Like,
kids
knowing,
actively not to get married? I've never heard of an adult telling their child that.
oh yeah, and just because in that milieu, so many marriages failed. That's where that was coming from.
Oh, so you grew up in a conservative Judaism background?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a good reason to tell your kids not to get married.
Conservative and secular. Like, no one I met in the conservative movement at any point told me what life was about. And I had all kinds of friends from other parts of, San Francisco liberal culture, and it wasn't going so well for them either.
Because it's hard. Loving my parents was hard as a kid. Loving my ex was hard for 30-something years. Loving my son, who even still comes up and mostly sits on my couch and stuff. But I'm thrilled he has language finally. Love is like thunder. Love has been destroyed by the movie industry. Love is absolutely the best and worst of everything in life.
Well, like Leonard Cohen music talks about, like it's a cold and a broken hallelujah, right?
I'll tell you what it is to me. So, Kirk, you've been around a bit, so you knew I was with somebody named Jack. And
yes,
as far as I am concerned, Jack's my husband, and I was going to stay with him forever if he hadn't gone and died on me. How inconsiderate. But anyway, one of the things that really grabbed it for me was that he said, you know, we've gone through some really tough stuff together and we've built a really strong relationship. And I think you've only told me off twice in 5 years, and both times I deserved it. And I had no clue what those 2 times would be, because as far as I was concerned, well, we had butt heads over a bunch of stuff. Like, I mean, but the very fact that he thought about stuff like that, you know, that he thought about what you put into something together. Yeah, that, and when he wanted his couch and alone time, he'd go, "You look really tired. Don't you? Don't you think it's time for bed?" Or he'd go, "Shh," when the football was on. Hi, Elijah. How are you?
Shalom, Elijah.
Hello, everyone.
Are you getting married?
Absolutely not.
What's the mask?
Half
for?
of us are in Los Angeles, and rather than like just gathering in real life, we're having a just chatting stream on live stream,
YouTube.
which should be wrong.
Well, I
have you moved yet?
appreciate it. It's easier to see you all this way than seeing you all cramming in front of.
I mean, I miss you guys. I miss you guys.
I have moved, yes. I don't recommend driving across the country. It's not fun. It sounds fun.
Jacob,
What's
you're
the-
trying to-
Come on, Elijah. On Thursday morning, I'm going to get up in the pre-dawn, and I'm going to get in my car and drive to Montreal to have breakfast with Karen Wong. Like, seriously, it's a 6-hour drive on the 401 or a 9-hour drive avoiding the 401. What's the problem?
Well,
You're gonna
6
be able to
hours,
turn along?
37 hours, you know, there's like a small difference between the two, so.
You're
Was
going to meet
worth,
up with Karen Wong?
Hmm?
You're meeting with Karen Wong?
yeah, she put out on Twitter at least 2 places, Montreal and somewhere else in the States, that she's going to be in the next couple of months. And she basically said, hey, if you're in the area and you want to, you know, like grab a coffee or something, let me know. So I figured out how to find her email, and I asked her, you know, we're going to have breakfast on Friday.
Who's
Yeah,
Karen?
I went to some of her Jordan Peterson meetups when
Yeah?
she was hosting them at her home. I think last time I saw her, I was crying in her foyer.
Nice.
You know. And we
I have
got
no
some-
clue who this Karen is.
I have to go meet her because I had the opportunity at Chino, but I volunteered for stuff. And then it was really hard to just hang out and talk to people because my brain was just, yeah. And her and Sevilla came up to me in the entryway and they wanted to chat. And I was all distracted with the stuff that John Van Donk was doing. And so I went, you know what, I got to go and have a sit-down meal of some kind with Karen Wong and actually just talk. Because I didn't do that at Chino, even though we had 3 days opportunity.
Yeah. So who is this Karen Wong person?
You have to look her up. She's the infamous Karen Wong, who is somehow connected to something in Jacob's Scream. Do you have
Hey,
an
Jacob.
artist and an interviewer and a mother. And she got into Jordan Peterson and likes to talk to scientists and other thinkers.
Karen Wong has a channel in this little corner.
Okay.
Yep.
What did you
Oh,
say
yeah.
about Jacob's Scream?
I said Karen Wong has a connection to something in Jacob's Screen. Do you have?
Oh, right. He painted that.
It's a pretty painting.
That's a pretty painting. It's more than a pretty painting.
Is that Moshe?
Yeah.
That is Maishi.
Oh.
Oh, great. My internet may go out. Can you hear that?
And Max, did you go on anywhere on your religious journey? Like, did you become secularized as you grew up, and now you're becoming more religious, or?
Did I become secularized growing up? It's like I always had sincere faith in God, but it never made sense. Like in the gosh, I had a lot of confusion growing up, and after a while, I just walked away because I wanted the world to make sense. I got into Sam Harrison stuff, but like in my teens.
Well, welcome back to the fold, I guess.
Are we in the same fold?
Well, welcome back to Jacob's fold.
Are we in the same fold?
I mean, I guess religious Jews.
Got no one to hold them, no one to fold them.
So you were convinced by Sam Harris of like atheism?
Gosh, it was a long time ago. Yeah, just my experience with faith didn't make sense. And I read Sam Harrison's like, oh, this makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like for me it was like Richard Dawkins type of things, you know, like it kind of influenced me, kind of opened me up to the idea of like God not existing, and then Sam Harris also kind of had some sort of influence on me. I don't remember exactly, kind of like you, like it was a while ago, but yeah.
Yeah, but then it took me some time to see the bigger picture.
Right.
So, how old are you, Shaheen?
24.
And what do you do for work?
Right now I'm not working. I'm in school.
Like a bachelor's or a master's?
Bachelor's. I'm gonna be graduating this fall. It's a business degree.
Well, good for you.
Thanks.
My understanding is Persian Americans are quite entrepreneurial.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, I know like 4 or 5 people who have like used car dealerships, Persians. So.
What university in Oregon?
Portland State.
Okay, yeah, I went to PSU also.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
And are there any
you
other
got the
philosophers?
good building, the nice new business building.
What do you say? Wait, what was that?
You got the nice new business building.
Oh yeah, the Carl Miller Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
I graduated right before they redid the math building, so I got like the nice 70s brick building, and then I came back a couple years later, and it was the new fancy one that they have.
So. Okay. Yeah.
Can we change the topic? I don't care about fancy buildings at
fancy buildings
like,
of college.
Like not even a little bit.
It was awful. It was cold and hot. You didn't know true suffering, Max. You didn't know.
What's the question?
I said you didn't know true suffering, Max. It was awful.
Yeah.
Max, if you want to know true suffering, go to Chicago in the middle of winter.
I actually had a question about your previous work. Do you think that what you did actually helped like the offenders to like not re-engage in stuff, or do you think it was mainly like useless?
Well, I would not characterize it as useless. In therapy, there's a principle nicknamed the light post or the lamppost theory, which is that most people would benefit from going up to a lamppost and describing their problems to it. So I think as a therapist, as long as you're being neutral to beneficial, like that, it's doing something in your with your presence. A lot of therapists speak poison, which is doing worse. They would have been better off with a light post. Yeah, it seems like I helped some of my patients with some stuff. although it's, it's not like I'm staying in touch with them. I don't know. Like the whole point is that over time it's decreasing recidivism. There was a time where I effectively sent someone back, and I think that was a good thing.
Back to prison or back where?
Back to prison. I mean, that's part of the job is surveillance, frankly, where we're hired by parole. So if they're doing something that's against their terms, we have to let them know.
So how's your day going, Elijah?
Good, good. And so,
Is the reason you wear that mask?
yeah, because I'm a clown. Anyway, do you feel like there was research that was going on that was beneficial, like the field was moving forward, or it was mainly just like a maintenance thing?
The company has a clinical director who's an academic, and he's continuing to publish novel research on sex addiction and stuff. Though again, I don't know how much of it is coming out of, say, the neurophysiology versus just actuarial stuff, which is different scopes.
Very cool. Thank you.
So Shaheen, how did you find out about Jacob's little community?
Like just about his channel and stuff, or
Yeah.
So I was inquiring into. I mean, I still am. I guess. I mean, I have the Bible here. I was inquiring into Orthodox Christianity, and then I stumbled upon his videos with Father Stephen Young, and and they're really, they're like, I think there was like 3 2-hour conversations that, I mean, I didn't watch all of them, but like I saw like parts of them, so I kind of, that's how I and then in his description he said, like, like, I'm down to like, he said Jacob says he's available to talk, so we were talking before he started streaming.
And how long ago was this?
What, just watching? Or
how long ago did you find his channel?
I would say like maybe a couple days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess welcome to TLC. Welcome to this little corner. And so you grew up in a Muslim background for your religion?
Kind of Muslim atheist type of.
Like Hassan Piker type.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Basically, like the label of being a Muslim, like kind of knowing some things, but
so not really
like
religious, but not
not really religious. And then I guess kind of like Max, like, he kind of became secular, and then eventually now I'm kind of like looking into all the religions and stuff. So
have you seen Jordan Peterson's Bible series?
The Exodus series?
Or the Genesis lectures?
I've seen, I think, his Exodus series.
I mean, yeah. I think they're pretty interesting, and I mean, I'm interested in different religions, and I didn't really come up from a very religious background, but to me, Jews wrote the Bible. They probably know more about how to interpret the Bible than Christians, so that's kind of why I'm
well, basically, I mean, yeah, it's like it's all kind of like all the Abraham faiths are like built off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I figure, Judaism predates Christianity, and it was religious Jews who wrote the Bible. So presumably their tradition is more historically authentic than a lot of the modern Christian tradition. So I consider myself a Noahide, and it's a pretty simple life. It doesn't demand much of you, but
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. It's kind of like, just kind of debating whether or not, that's kind of what I'm like kind of doing. Is like, is Christ like the Messiah, right? And that's kind of what I was talking to Jacob about. Like, I understand how in Jewish view he's not, right? Because he, there's still, I mean, there's still war and stuff. I mean, I can get that, but I mean, I don't really know. I'm just kind of just like researching stuff.
And are there any philosophers or thinkers who have inspired you, or you've researched into, or
Philosophers,
like Nietzsche and shit?
not. Maybe. What's his name? Immanuel Kant, I guess. Do you know Kant?
I know who Kant is.
Yeah.
I don't know as much about his ideas, but I have heard of him. I know some.
He
of
goes
his
into like metaphysics a lot. That's where you kind of like. That's where I kind of learned about like metaphysics.
I mean, there's also like Heidegger and phenomenologist, and it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Actually, Jake, I was gonna ask you something. Do you celebrate Nowruz?
Not really. My family doesn't really care.
Interesting.
What's Nowruz?
It's like a Zoroastrian holiday. It's like Persians.
That sounds like it would be Hukas Akum or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, no more than like Christian New Year.
Could
Kirk,
I
you're
ask?
16?
What was that?
You're 16?
Yeah.
What are you doing talking about Kant and Heidegger and metaphysics?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I would go for a girl my age, but girls my age just aren't mature enough for me. I prefer, more emotionally mature. So I'm just gonna wait till I'm 18.
What, do you want to date a 30-year-old?
Yeah, kind of, but I'll wait.
Wants the cougars.
I'd say go for someone your age, because now's
Well,
the
I'll
time.
just wait. There's no rush.
I would say just wait till after high school. I mean, it's just I don't know. I mean, you don't have to, I guess, but
I mean,
everyone I've known
Max,
who's had like
when you were
a high school
16,
relationship,
you were
they've
reading
never-
Sam Harris.
never
How
worked
is that any different than Kant or whatever?
out.
Is Sam Harris different than Kant?
Well, you get the point. It's just not something you'd imagine a 16-year-old would be spending their time doing.
Sure. Yeah, trying to make sense of reality. What's going on here? Makes sense. Has reading any of that stuff helped you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of agnostic. I believe in God, but I have doubts. And the name Israel means wrestling with God. So, although I have faith, sometimes I do wonder, are we alone in the universe? But
I keep asking these yes or no questions, and then you say something off topic. Like I asked you earlier if you touch grass, and then you talk about going on streams with Chazi. I ask you if reading Nietzsche or Kant has helped you, and you talk about wrestling with God.
because it's complicated. I mean, what do you mean by help? Do I agree with their views? No. But do I believe it's interesting to study views of people who I disagree with? Yes. It's multifaceted.
Are you gonna major in philosophy? You get a college?
Probably not.
No? Okay. That's a good idea. Not gonna make any money.
I might minor in it, but I want a degree that will actually get me a job, which will be worth anything. So
Then don't go to college then.
there are degrees that are valuable.
So if you want to make money, work in the auto industry or some other major tech industry. I found out what one of my coworkers makes at her other job and just about fainted.
Yeah, I'd say learn a trade and then read books after work.
We'll see. I mean, I think I plan on going to community college for 2 years and then transferring an associate's degree to a bachelor's degree. This way I can save money on like 2 years worth of college. I think I want to do something in finance. But I'm young and there's a lot of paths you can explore in life.
Hey Jacob.
Is it even legal for me to be talking to a 16-year-old on stream? Like, I don't know about that.
Why wouldn't it be legal?
Yeah,
talking.
you're contributing to the contribution. You're contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Yep. Yes, Shaheen.
Have you heard of what's his name? Benjamin Sommer. What's your opinion on it? I imagine you don't agree with his take.
No, it's his take is not what all the Christians lose their mind and think his take is. Like, he says there were Jews who had ideas of multiple gods. Like, that's not earth-shattering. Elijah, the prophet, talks about the Jews who believed in multiple gods, like, in the Bible. Like,
I haven't read his book or anything. I've just seen his interview with this one guy, and he's like, in the interview, he's like, "Oh, the Trinity is actually an old Jewish model," and it comes and like he's basically saying it's that, I mean, as a Jewish person, you don't really have a theological disagreement. But you can have him. I mean, he's still not a Christian because he's of the messianic thing, right? But his whole argument is like, you don't have like, he's arguing that it's consistent, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, okay, so there it is, and I've said this many, many times. My problem with the Trinity that some small number of Christians describe is that they say God only has 3 hypostases, and it's like, why would you limit it to 3?
Yeah, I mean,
where'd you get 3 canonical? Like,
well, some
well,
people
that's
are
what
what'd you say, Elijah?
I said the third time's the charm, obviously. 1, 2, 3.
3 is the magic number.
Yeah, it's like
3 is the magic number.
Why this 3 number? And any hypostasis, obviously, by virtue of being that hypostasis, is not God.
because God is infinite, the Ein Sof. But
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
you also have the 12 Sephirot, so
Like, I do believe that God reveals himself through, like, prophets, through angels, etc., the burning bush. But what I will say over and over again is, if you threw water on the burning bush and the burning bush went out, you would not be guilty of deicide. Like, you did not kill God.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Whereas Christianity for the past 2,000 years has been talking about killing God. Like, shut up. Like, the word, if you have the word deicide in your religious vocabulary, you got problems, man.
killing God, man. Yeah.
I never heard that word until the last month or so.
Well, for many, many years, Christians thought this was a word that a human being could seriously say and, like, use it as a charge against other people, as opposed to, I'm an idiot.
It is 11:45. I am going to behave myself and bid you adieu.
Shalom.
Hello.
Kirk, isn't it like 11:45 where you are?
Yeah, it's 10:45.
Which is 11:45? And
Yeah.
you're a 16-year-old who has school tomorrow.
Yeah, I need like minimum at least 6 hours of sleep.
So get them.
Do your parents know that you're online talking to a 46-year-old about theology?
I didn't tell them I was specifically doing that, but
I
so
think I need a written note from your parents, signed by the both of them, giving you permission to come on my channel.
I've never heard of such a legal requirement, but
No, that's my requirement.
okay.
I need a release of copyright also.
Well, what,
Kirk, did you ever listen to Peterson's story about the lunchbox?
I have not heard of that.
I don't remember that.
About the rail crew, the guy named Lunchbox?
Mm. Yes, that's an important story. Kirk, you should go look up that story.
Oh well.
I believe it's in 12 Rules for Life.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's also an interesting guy, and you know, he's smart. And has he been disbarred or not disbarred? Got his license revoked yet?
Nope. And when you said welcome to this little corner, officially on my channel, we call it the Jordan Peterson sphere. We don't call it this little corner.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Jordan Peterson, Jonathan Peugeot, a lot of the. I mean, I wouldn't even say intellectual dark web, but some overlap with that. Could I ask a bit of a theological question, Jacob?
Yes, but in 10 minutes you're going to bed.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Hannah Arendt?
Yes.
So I'm curious what you think of that, like philosophy of evil. That evil is banal and more of a, following the rules as opposed to a conscious act.
I think the state of Israel put Adolf Eichmann to death in order to shut him up.
Okay.
Elijah loves it when I talk about Zionism.
But like on a theological level, would you say her theory of evil being banal is consistent with traditional Jewish theology?
Not really. I mean, there is you can be evil by being banal. You can be evil by being indifferent and not caring and following orders. But ultimately, like, I think that taints your soul and makes you a worse person. And following that road is the road to damnation. Okay, Kirk, you're going to bed. Good night.
Kick him out.
That's quite the lullaby.
Chezi is here.
Do you know of Rabbi Yuter? I think is his name. Yuter, Max.
Not familiar.
Okay, well, I read something. Apparently, his father was somebody of importance in the conservative Jewish movement.
No wonder I haven't heard of him.
Oh, that makes sense. But he's just another person that, I guess, was uninterested in conservative Judaism. So I'm interested in hearing more about why you felt like conservative Judaism was bad, didn't work out.
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out in the video. And I don't know how much my experience generalizes, just because I was in a particularly liberal progressive area. Maybe there's some other pockets where it's different, where there's more conservadox. Like I didn't see anything like that. So just from the old milieu I came up in, I put it all up to narcissism. Like the whole point of the movement was to make that generation feel good about what they were doing. Like they're framing it not in terms of the children or like the generation to generation benefit. It's all, gosh, like you can enroll your child and it'll be such a meaningful experience for you to see your child have a bar mitzvah. Like I'm still working this out, but I understand that part of the movement in recent decades, gosh, maybe in the past 80 years, call it, was an effort to do a new movement based on a post-Holocaust theology in a way that's new from what Judaism had been, in an effort that totally failed. Like I see in part where the narcissism came from. It's the same spirit of the 60s, the me generation, what was going on with Jane Fonda, right? Just carried forward. Gosh, that's some of what I have to. That's some of what I'm thinking about it. Yeah, so they didn't teach me shit. They taught me as much about the modern state of Israel that they did about the Torah. Like all I remember learning about the Torah was about Noah. But like nothing substantive about the story. It's just like, oh, animals are cute. We'll show them a picture book of all the animals. But like nothing substantive. It was just to be seen and for that generation to feel good about what was happening in a way that's disconnected from reality. Like even the rabbi who did my bar mitzvah was getting off during my bar mitzvah, where I was trying to give a speech like thanking people for teaching me things, which they didn't. And I made something like, oh, thanks to all my teachers here who prepared me, who taught me what I needed to do to do this today. And then he scoffed, saying, well, we didn't teach you everything you need to know, which made me feel like shit. Because it's a weird thing. Here I am trying to do this thing that they didn't teach me to do in front of a room of people and to give a speech. Like it's all lies. Like I say, like when people ask me about it in real life, I say that I didn't find it compelling. But in fact, it was way worse than that.
Yeah, it's like there was nothing to find. They didn't even give you enough to find something, to even make a decision.
Yeah. And then there I am chanting from the Sefer Torah. With see, there was this big emphasis on doing a mitzvah project, which was just to virtue signal, and then to like they said, okay, you'll do some good deed, some service project, and then you'll connect what you did to something in your parsha. It was just like free association that made everyone feel good that they were raising a nice Jewish boy. And I wanted nothing to do with that after. Like, I appreciate you asking because I'm trying to put all these ideas together. But now I go to the YouTube channel of my childhood congregation and I see all this ridiculous stuff. Like, I know a year or so ago, I was sharing with Jacob, who shared it with PVK, about the rabbi there who said that 99% of his colleagues at Jewish Theological Seminary were atheists. And then I watched recently where they did all these promotional videos where in all the videos they're just talking about how wonderful they are. And it's women chanting Torah in their in their tallis, and they're bragging about how their children come back even after their bar mitzvah for their hot cocoa club. Like, they just don't get it. And narcissists can't get it. Like, it's like there's a joke in the field of mental health where you know how you cure a narcissist is that you tell them they're a narcissist and then you'll never see them again because they actually can't hear it. And like the clinician in me can empathize and look at the developmental trauma that causes that, but I'm not in that ego state when I'm thinking about my own future. Like, there's no civilization built around conservative Judaism. I'm trying to like have a good normal life.
So it seems like, you know, they're just secular Jews with some ornamentation of, you know, ethnicity, right?
No, because people like that don't go to temple at all. It's something else that I can't quite. I don't know, like I'm trying to work it out.
What do you think the personality difference between, let's say, a completely secularized Jew and somebody who went to your synagogue growing up, you know, would be?
Gosh, I'm trying to think how else to say it other than the narcissism filter.
So you think,
Gosh, like I could keep going with these examples. Like a few years ago on Sukkot, I went there before I started going to the Orthodox shul. Just I felt some sense of obligation to go show up. I was hoping to talk to the rabbi there, but he walked off before I could talk to him, which says enough. And there's this woman there who is, you know, I remember her from when I grew up there, and she's one of those types. And I'm like trying to find the page that we're doing the service from, and she shouts across the room at me, like, "Oh, Max, try to keep up!" Like she's negging me in the middle of the service from across the room, and I wanted to just like walk out of that moment. But I'm good at having restraint. I've had many moments like that in recent years where I wanted to slam the book and walk out, and I haven't.
so you have no, I guess you're still trying to understand what motivated these people other than narcissism that made them continue to go to synagogue?
People do things because they think they're doing the right thing. Like everyone thinks they're doing the right thing, or to make themselves feel better. And it feels good to show up and have the narrative that I don't know, that they're bringing in this next generation of progress, change, whatever. Somehow blind to the fact that I don't know anyone in my generation that is observant of conservative Judaism. I don't even know what that would involve. Like examples keep returning to me. Like I talked to a rabbi from that movement who was telling me about how he thinks back fondly on the last time he ate shrimp for the last time before he enrolled at JTS to become a rabbi. Where like I don't think there's any expectation of anyone other than the rabbis to be observant in that movement. Where here I am in recent years showing up mostly to Chabad and elsewhere, and I'm not yet observant in the way that I aspire to be, and generally I'm still respected, and yet observance is the aspirational standard. Like I see Hezi asking in the chat, what do you want for your children? What kind of experience? I want them to be born into a culture that makes sense, where they don't have to like deconstruct and build all the way back up. Because I've wasted so much time doing all this. Like I feel like I'm I don't know, probably 8 years behind in some factors of life, and my whole life behind in others. And like I recognize everyone has their own journey, path. Like Hashem's making use of whatever is happening with me. But like I so admire so many of the rabbis and just lay Jews I met in these communities where they've spent their whole life building up these structures and knowledge and rhythms. And it's like I don't know how much of that I can restore. I mean, gosh, restore is the wrong metaphor. Look, like my great grandpa Max, who I was named after, landed in San Francisco when he left the shtetl before the war took off at age 17. He was in a Hasidic community, Ger, as far as I know, and he decided that he wanted to become an American, and he focused on work. Or Werk became his religion, and he made shoes, and he sent money back to save those he could, and some he did, and then others were others died in an arson attack at their synagogue. And he wrote letters back, like through the Red Cross or whatever, to see how they were doing. And they would write back saying, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, until they weren't. So there's the assimilation story, where they were going to the Orthodox shul, but observance dropped off. So it seems like it's been up to me to make that decision to finish assimilating or not. And I don't want to do that because I don't have faith. I don't have faith in that decision. Like the pragmatic explanation has really drawn me to connecting with the faith community, where it's like, hey, religious groups are what tribes have to mobilize across time. The culture I grew up in is a dying culture. See, it's good that I'm saying all this because I want to do like an actual video to see if I can get anyone to respond, and they won't.
Because they don't really care?
Because they can't be wrong. Yeah, I'm going to have to reread the, I think I shared it with you, that book, The Culture of Narcissism. Like, I think that needs to be the through line through my story, where it's all about looking the part.
Do you feel like you should have inherited something and it was not given to you, or that perhaps your ancestors squandered your inheritance in a sense?
No, that's not what happened. Everyone thinks they're doing the right thing. And gosh, I wasn't there. I don't know what choices he had. He was, maybe Jacob could jump in here. I know that he was cousins with Rabbi Reichik. Like the Rabbi Reichik who was the first shliach in LA. And I understand that Rabbi Reichik came to visit him at least a couple times in San Francisco. And I imagine would have encouraged him to come back to observance. Like that would have been the point of the visit.
I mean, look, ultimately, one of the things that Doug Wilson says is God draws straight with squiggly lines. And I mean, this goes into my compatibilist idea that God knows how we are constituted and puts us where we are, because he knows how we are going to choose. And the fact is that and every time we choose God, that is of infinite value. And eventually, I think we will look back and see that God has, in fact, used that in the best way possible. But, like, so my great grandfather, right? I know my grandfather Jacob, a great grandfather Jacob, that I was named after, used to smoke on the Sabbath, right? And like to do that in Iran was like, how could you possibly do that? Right? It was considered a moral abomination, right? And he didn't like go and hide and do it. People knew that he smoked on the Sabbath. Now, what was behind that? Was he thinking, oh, you know what? I don't want my grandsons driving on the Sabbath, like, or yes, or like, what am I leaving my kids and my grandkids with? No, he was thinking he wants to smoke and he doesn't care that much about the Sabbath, right? And like, it's very hard to judge your lineage, especially when you think of, well, I'm a putz, right? If like I wouldn't, my classic example is if I actually was not a putz, I would get up every morning at 7 a.m. and exercise, right? And I don't do that because I'm a putz. And am I creating some sort of hell for myself in not exercising when I know I should? Yeah. Guess what? If I looked better, I would also attract better dates, and I would be more popular. And hell, if I could do my live streams with my shirt off and look like, you know, maybe my channel would be a lot, you know, bigger than it is. And forget about every other way in which my life would be better if I wasn't a putz. I think that's completely different from somebody saying, no, it's better that I don't exercise. No, it's better that it's like, so UCLA recently got exposed because in their first year medical school class, they had a class on fat phobia where the curriculum was, oh, like healthy at every size. Like just because you're obese doesn't mean that's not healthy. And it's like, F you. There's a qualitative difference between the fact that I'm a fat ass because I can't stop myself from downing a gallon of ice cream and me going around and saying, oh, like, it's perfectly healthy for me to down a gallon of ice cream. Like, those are qualitatively different things. And that's what makes reform not Judaism. That's what makes conservative not Judaism, right? It's not like I don't, like at the Chabad, we don't know that most of the people have a phone in their pocket and drive, and most Chabads, most of the people who come to Chabad don't walk to synagogue. Like, we know that. Yet at the same time, we know there's right and wrong. And the fact that I'm a putz doesn't make right wrong and doesn't make wrong right. And that's the difference between orthodoxy and the bullshit we have of basically, I mean, we can blame the Protestants again. Why not? Hello, Megatron. You introduced your name before. What's your name?
Timothy.
Tim.
Yes.
How are you doing, Tim?
Doing pretty good. Just been fighting illness with my family for the last 9 weeks.
Fighting endlessly with your family is not good.
Oh, no. Illness. It basically,
illness with your family. I thought you said endlessly with your family. I'm like, that's not good.
No, that wouldn't be good either. No, actually, other than the illness, it's been quite wonderful.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you, since we're on that topic of, Reform versus conservative Judaism and Orthodox Judaism, I'm curious, and it's a question I've been meaning to ask you for a while. I just haven't been able to come on when you're actually on. What's the Orthodox Jewish position on war? And is it ever really justified?
On what?
War.
Oh, good question. Well, here I'll do my favorite thing, which is make Elijah mad at me. If I can get my Discord to work. Is my Discord working? If you ask me, this is the Orthodox Jewish position on war.
Okay.
I'm guessing Chezi will disagree, but he might not actually.
Okay.
If these are so deeply as Orthodox Jews who are devoted to Judaism to see what Israel is doing in the world, they are carrying the sacred name of Judaism to the north. Jews are humble, compassionate, and godly people. Zionists are identities like no other. Through Zionism, the Holy Land became a political nation state. Our yearnings and prayer to rebuild the Holy Land was never a nationalistic cry. Just look at our history. Don't take my word for it. The Jewish people have never tried to take ownership of the Holy Land during exile. They just wished to live there in peace. We still want the same. Zionism is not Judaism.
What else can I say?
I guess, so I know, like, within different Protestant denominations, specifically I'm thinking of, like, the Mennonites / Amish that go completely pacifist. Is that?
No, I'm not a pacifist.
Okay.
And so I'm not 100% on board with what he said.
Okay.
Because there is a Jewish now there is a Jewish community living in Israel, and so I am not 100% sure what that Jewish community can and should do in this situation.
Okay.
I do know that building that Jewish community where it is in the way that the Zionists did it has put Jews in a situation we don't want to be and we can't want to be. If you look on my Discord server, like Yosef Chezi and I have been talking about how if King David could not build the temple because he had blood on his hands, how much less so is our generation worthy of the redemption, even if we have justified war. And so we live in the situation where we are. I wasn't alive when the horrible mistake, which was the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, was declared in 1948. It's not something I had any capacity to stop, and it's not anything I have any way of reversing. But I do know that being in this position where being Jewish is being seen as synonymous with having to fight this horrible war it's horrible. This is not where we want to be as Jews. So if I was the king of Israel, I would ask the United Nations, fine, give us any other place and we'll move there. But guess what? If the State of Israel did that, the people who hate us wouldn't be happy if we were in Antarctica. They really would not.
Right. So I guess, I mean, this goes into even, is there any, it sounds like kind of what you're saying is that even though what David did, he was called to do with the wars that he committed under his name, there's still consequences for that, right? From a spiritual standpoint. So I guess it's one of those things where it's like, you really want to avoid war, but sometimes you have to defend yourself, and you feel that in this particular scenario, Israel really isn't defending itself.
Look, I don't know. Like my best thinking is like I don't know if I should move. I considered moving to Israel. I have several times.
Right.
And these protests and the way they are being held make me even consider it even more, because like the Persian Jewish community is having flashbacks of 1979. We really are. Like, and you only need to see them chanting "Death to America," which apparently was being done in the United States. Like, the idea that someone in the United States would chant "Death to America." I remember as a child in Iran being forced to chant "Death to America." Like, my elementary school had an American flag and an Israeli flag painted on the doorstep. So we had to step on it as we walked in. Right?
Yeah.
Like, this is an elementary school. I was 6 years old. And during morning exercises, we had to chant "Death to America." I remember we had an assembly where they burnt an American flag. And then the next day we had another assembly where one of the older boys got whipped in front of the entire school because apparently he had somehow scoffed at or denigrated this celebration against the United States. Right? Like, this is not civilization.
Right.
Right? And so I don't know what to do with a fallen world. But the Jewish hope, and I've said this many times to Chazi before, like, we don't operate by normal means. We did not survive because we had guns or we had warriors. That's not who we are as Jews. And so the fact that I grew up looking at the Israeli Defense Forces and the soldiers as being like what was something to be proud of, like, no, that's not who Jews are. And I don't ever want to see a Jewish child wearing a military uniform as part of their pride in Judaism. That's not who we are. Elijah is throwing Maimonides at me. So let's see what Maimonides he is throwing at me. Ein hamelech nilcham. At first, a king should fight only obligatory wars. Which wars are obligatory? The wars of the 7 nations, not applicable, and the war of Amalek, not applicable, and saving Israel from an enemy who comes against them. And after that, he may fight a discretionary war, which means a war fought against any other nation in order to widen Israel's boundaries and increase its greatness and reputation. We obviously don't have a king right now, but an obligatory war is an obligatory war. And the question becomes, do we have an obligatory war here? And if you know the answer to that question, no, you cannot be afraid. No, you cannot be proud of the Israeli Defense Force. Sorry, no, you can't. You can't. That's not what we are proud of. Eila besusim ve'eila berechav ve'eila besusim ve'anachnu b'shem Hashem nidgo. Let me find that verse. Psalm 27, verse 7. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. That's who we are. Not horses, not chariots, certainly not guns. Yes, this is another one of Jacob's greatest hits. And I love Chazi, despite the fact he's a rabid Zionist.
So, question from a Jewish perspective, do they have a view that pretty much all wars to some extent are caused by the demonic?
Yad al Keska Milchama Havaya Ba'amalek Dor. The hand upon the throne of the Lord, there is a war of the Lord upon Amalek in every generation.
Okay.
War is a part of being in this fallen world. And our job is to fight that war as best we can. But the fact that so where Christians completely misunderstand, where it says Arur Talui Etz, he who is crucified, he who is hanged on a wood is a curse, is a verse in our Bible. What does that mean? Why must we bury someone who was hung on wood, right? Basically crucified before dark? Because even if that person deserved to be put to death, which is the assumption, it is a curse for a human being to be put to death. That's what it means. It is an ugly and horrible thing for the image of God to be desecrated by a human being put to death. Right?
Yeah.
And even if it is the right thing to do, it is ultimately like at the Passover Seder, right? We take drops out of the second cup for the destruction of the Egyptians. And before anybody argues there's other meanings of that, the fact that the destruction of the Egyptians lessens our joy is not a is not something you can argue, right? Where exactly that is, we can argue on that. But the symbolism is very clear. The fact that the redemption of Israel from Egypt had to include the killing of the Egyptians is something that lessens the greatness of that redemption. And if you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Chazi says, you sound like a fool to not see foiled attacks by God as God's protection. You know what? 7-year-old, I believe her name was Amina, who got, who, as far as I know, is still in the hospital. I haven't checked, but she was certainly in critical condition for several days. Hopefully she's out of the hospital now. Like, it wasn't foiled. I'm sorry. And she was a little Muslim girl.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out. It was nice to meet you, Jacob. Nice to meet you guys.
It was very nice meeting you. You're always welcome back.
All right, for sure. Thank you.
Talk to you later. Hence, God tells the angels not to sing when the Egyptians were drowning. And Jews died during Purim and Hanukkah. Yes. We still sing God's praises. Yes. Kol da Rahmana Avid Latava Avid. And just as God created Christianity and Islam and every other bad idea in the world, he also created Zionism.
Explain that one to me.
Which one?
Zionism.
How did God create? God creates evil. We in Judaism, like this was another thing on Twitter. Like Christians apparently get mad at the Calvinists because Calvinists believe that God ordained everything, and it's like, yeah, God ordained even that which we see as evil is like, we don't understand it. We shouldn't accept it. It's not, but ultimately everything that exists is from one God. That is actual monotheism. I don't have to accept it. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to, and in fact, Rabbi Sachs so beautifully towards the end of his life, he was dying from cancer, and he was asked why do bad things happen to good people? And he said, we can't understand it because God doesn't want us to understand it, because God doesn't want us to accept it. Because if we understood it, we would be like, oh, okay, it's fine. And it should never be fine. Right? Yeah, God decided that it was good for there to be a snake in the Garden of Eden, and for that snake to be able to convince Adam and Eve to sin, and God decided that it was possible and the best thing possible, given the situation, for Cain to actually be able to kill Abel. Right? Like, the question is not how could Cain want to kill his brother. Okay, he wanted to kill his brother. The question is, why did God allow it to happen? Why was Cain strong enough to kill Abel? Why did Abel die? Obviously, God, at the very least in his permissive will, allowed that. I don't know. And I don't need to know.
I think there's a difference, though, between allowing something to happen versus actually making it.
Right. So I have had some very beautiful discussions with Cal Rivet on here about God's permissive will and God's direct will, right? And this is an important theological distinction between God's permissive will and God's active will, right? Yeah. Shtok kach alaba machshava lefanai. Here, let me read you one of my favorite stories, if I can remember where it is. It's in Menachot, isn't it? Here, where is it? Shtok. Menachot 25b. One of my favorite stories. Rav Yehuda says that Rav says, when Moses ascended on high, he found the Holy One, blessed be he, sitting and tying crowns on the letters of the Torah. Moses said before God, Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, who is preventing you from giving the Torah without these additions? God said to him, there's a man who's destined to be born after several generations, and Akiva ben Yosef is his name. He's destined to derive from each and every thorn of these crowns mounds upon mounds of halachot. It is for his sake that the crowns must be added to the letters of the Torah. Moses said before God, Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, show him to me. God said to him, return behind you. Moses went and sat at the end of the 8th row. There's a reason why it's the 8th row.
That have to do with the 8th day?
Yeah. Completion is 7. 8 is beyond completion.
Yeah.
In Rabbi Akiva's study hall, and did not understand what they were saying. Moses' strength waned as he thought his Torah knowledge was deficient. When Rabbi Akiva arrived at the discussion of one matter, his students said to him, "My teacher, from where do you derive this?" Rabbi Akiva said to them, "It is a halacha transmitted to Moses from Sinai." When Moses heard that, his mind was put at ease, as this too was part of the Torah that he was to receive. Moses returned and came before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said before him, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, you have a man as great as this, and yet you still choose to give the Torah through me. Why?" God said to him, "Shtok, kach Allah b'machshava lefanai." Be silent. Be silent is a very nice way of putting it. I would translate it as shut up. This intention arose before me. Moses said before God, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, you have shown me Rabbi Akiva's Torah, now show me his reward." God said to him, "Chazor bach, return to where you were." Moses went back and saw that they were weighing Rabbi Akiva's flesh in the butcher shop, selling his flesh in the butcher shop, as Rabbi Akiva was tortured to death by the Romans. Moses said before him, "Master of the universe, Ribono shel olam, this is Torah and this is its reward." God said to him, "Be silent. Shtok. Kach Allah b'machshava lefanai." This intention arose before me. One of the more famous stories from the Talmud.
What's this from?
It's from the Talmud, Menachot 29b. Many rabbis were put to death by the Romans, including the 10 martyrs that many people talk about in their liturgy on most Jews, not Sephardic Jews, on Yom Kippur, mention the death of the 10 martyrs. The Romans killed a lot of rabbis.
Yeah. Was most of that during the Maccabean revolt, or were there other ones as well?
Oh, no. This was after the Maccabeans.
Okay.
Yeah, the Maccabeans were before the Romans.
Okay.
Although, okay, so Herod came and replaced the last of the Maccabeans.
Okay.
And that was the Romans. And in the 10 martyrs, God says this to the angels. So the last of the Maccabeans, Mariamne, Herod, the Romans came and installed Herod, and Mariamne married Herod, and her brother was made high priest. But the first thing Herod did when he took over was murder half the Sanhedrin. And then he also murdered Mariamne's brother, and then he murdered Mariamne and his 2 sons from Mariamne. And the reason so many people were named Mary, so all of the names, if not, well, at least most of the names in the Jewish names in the Christian Bible are very, very Maccabean names, like Matthew, like John, like John, Matthew, even Yehoshua, Mary, these were all Maccabean names.
Interesting. I did not know that.
So my little joke, which Elijah loves. What's the difference between Theodore Herzl and Jesus? Do you know who Theodore Herzl was?
Dr. Seuss, right?
No, Theodore Herzl was the founder of the political Zionist movement. He wrote The Jewish State. Herzl celebrated Christmas and Jesus celebrated Hanukkah. So it actually mentions in the Christian Bible that Jesus celebrated Hanukkah.
Yeah, I think that's in the Gospel of John, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. No, I always like pointing that out to Christians that say, Hanukkah was created in response to Christianity. No, he just celebrated it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's where we get the passage that he said he was the light of the world. He's referring to the passage that's read during Hanukkah, right? If I remember correctly.
Maybe I am not the greatest New Testament scholar in the world.
Okay. They're pretty close to each other, those two instances, so I'm not confusing them.
I could believe it. The fact is, as I like to point out, he had his dead wife immersed in honey. That's a famous story about Herod and Mariamne. Apparently, he regretted putting her to death. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. There's many ways in which Christians have to rethink many of the things they imagine is true about their religion, not just because of things in the Jewish Bible, but things in their own Bible. Like when my brain will start working. When there are debates, oftentimes the debate, like the rabbis who do the worst in the debates are the ones who don't know the Christian Bible very well, because much much of like a lot of the things that are Talmudic, or they're not in our Bible. And so when I would talk to Christians, like I wouldn't bring them up because I'm like, I don't have any source in the Bible for this. They're in your Bible, right? It's not my Bible, but like, so for example, Tehum Shabbat, right? So it talks about a Sabbath day walk, I believe in Acts, right? And it's like this idea that there is a limit to how much you were allowed to walk on the Sabbath is a rabbinic invention. But it's a rabbinic invention that is mentioned in the Christian Bible, right?
Right.
Or the idea, like Jesus says, yeah, you should tithe your spices as well, right? So he's actually saying, yeah, you should, it's very clear from the Christian Bible itself that Jesus and Paul were very messy, were very Pharisaic. If you're going to put them in any of the camps, you would put them in the Pharisaic camp.
remind me again, the Pharisees were the ones that believed in resurrection, right?
Correct. Yes. There are places where the Christian Bible seems to be getting the Pharisees and the Sadducees like mixed up. Father Stephen this explains that as they're not getting it mixed up. They're showing that people were going against their actual beliefs. So, for example, in I forget whichever gospel it is, there's this idea that like it was the Pharisees who were against healing on the Sabbath. Well, no. Famously, there was a huge fight between the Pharisees and the Sadducees because the Pharisees believed you could heal on the Sabbath. Famously, this is a known thing that is documented for hundreds of years before Christianity, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and frankly, it's something that to this very day gets all kinds of people worked up, right? Like, what exactly are the rules for healing on the Sabbath? It's like it is a modern day Jewish problem because it's always a Jewish problem because you always have to be like, okay, where's the end of it, right? What when are you just making an excuse, right? For yeah, Max.
I was listening to a learning today that was about if your house is on fire, whether or not it's okay to extinguish it on Shabbos.
Right, and yeah,
it seems there's a lot to it, but it's perhaps only if it's threatening a neighbor.
It's only if it's threatening human life. So if it's only property damage, but the question becomes, since fires spread in cities, there is a presumption most rabbis go with the presumption that since an out of control fire is likely to cause death, we always put out a fire. Which, again, this is a question, right? How much of a risk, right? But in the Christian Bible, it seems to be saying that the Pharisees were against healing on the Sabbath, which obviously isn't true. So Father Stephen is like, no. It's showing that these people were going against their own beliefs just because they hated Jesus at an irrational and stupid way. That's one way of explaining it. The other way of explaining it, which I prefer, is like the people who were writing it just didn't know.
Isn't there though a kind of a tradition in the Middle East though that sometimes somebody will take responsibility for someone else's actions?
What do you mean?
To save face in sort of like the honor-based type society?
I don't see the connection.
The connection would be is that everybody knew it was the Sadducees that would disagree with that, but the Pharisees took responsibility for it in that passage.
That they would deliberately take responsibility for what that sounds very forced to me. Yeah. Don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Like I said, it's similar to thoughts, and maybe, like I said, I've been told wrong because I do not speak Hebrew, so I can never verify this. It's just from people that have studied Hebrew that are not Jewish. Is that sometimes within the Old Testament that oftentimes they replace what was a curse with a blessing, but they know that they're doing that to kind of.
Oh yeah. So okay, this is. So I call this the Samizdat theory of the Gospels.
Okay.
So during communist rule, what a lot of and to this day, people in North Korea do this. right? Oh, wow. Father Stephen.
You said my name 3 times. So.
I must have. I must have. So what they will do is they will exaggerate their extolling of people like Kim Jong Un or whatever his name is, and because they're being sarcastic, and in being sarcastic, it was obvious to everybody reading it that, okay, this is not what we mean. We mean the opposite. And there is like, so the blessing of the heretics, right? It's actually a curse. Or in the book of Job, right? Like his wife tells him to bless his life, right? Or bless God, right? Which obviously means to curse God, right? So there is I have heard this idea that the Gospels were written in a kind of code about, oh, well, we're really talking about the Romans, but that's not how it's been interpreted by most Christians over the past 2,000 years. Father Stephen, you had comments you wanted to make.
Not really, just that my name got said 3 times.
Oh, okay.
Beetlejuice rules. So
how was your Pascha?
it was good. It was so Thursday night of Holy Week, in the middle of the night, I passed a kidney stone.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
It wasn't actually.
Oh,
but so yeah, so it was. Pascha ended up being beautiful, but Holy Week was a little rough. I knew it was bad. Our like longest service is actually Thursday night.
Okay.
And it's like a blur. But I knew I was looking pretty rough because one of the people serving at the altar with me, about halfway through the service, came up and said, "Father, is there anything at all I could do to help you right now?" I'm like, oh boy. Because of course I thought, oh, I got everybody fooled. I'm pulling this off. You know?
Well, I mean, an altar server probably pays a lot of attention to every motion you make.
Yeah. But I was also kind of doubled over half the service, so that, did help. But
yeah, passing stones is not fun from what I hear. I've never done it.
Yeah, do not recommend. I recommend hydration.
Hydration is good.
Yeah.
Hydration is good.
But yeah. So we really need to repent of just doing it on the next Sunday. Like, really? That's that big.
I think so. I mean, I don't know if you've seen this in rabbinic texts, but for me, it was always like the second Rashi on the Torah is about how the Torah should have started with HaChodesh Hazel Yeh Lachem Rosh Chodeshi, right? And why it was so important that the first commandment, and like the rabbis, like the Talmud goes on at length, like why they're constantly on this calendar thing. Like it was always like, what is your problem? Why are you so much on this calendar thing? Right. But then when I found out that the Quran explicitly forbids intercalation of months, which is the Jewish way of making the month work. Right? Yeah. It was like, oh, well, this is how it's obvious that the Quran was not written by the God who created the world, because your years don't go with seasons. Like,
right.
That's just not working. And then when I found out that Nicaea, like their big thing was to not, like, we don't want to do it when the Jews do it, right? And when you look at how, like, the Christian church has been split in so many ways, specifically over the calendar, then it all makes sense to me why the rabbis for 2,000 years have been like, this is the most important mitzvah in the entire Torah. It's like, oh, that's why this is so central to everything. Because that's how the Christians and Muslims know that the rabbis were right and they're wrong.
I don't know. I think you have a better case against Rome than us. We're just gonna do it on Sunday. We're gonna shift it a few days.
But ultimately,
we're not gonna calculate it a whole different way, the way they do, right?
Okay.
Like, we're gonna.
So do you guys actually do it the Sunday after the Jewish Passover?
Basically, yeah. It's the Sunday after the first full moon, after the right.
Okay.
What we add to the calculation is the Sunday after.
Right. Yeah, because the full moon, obviously, yeah.
Will fall whenever. Yeah.
The
whatever day of the week.
15th. Yeah, the 15th of the month is going to be the full moon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So we end up just being the Sunday after that.
Right.
That's why we just had it, right? Whereas Roman Catholics, it was back in April sometime.
Oh, wait until you hear about the JWs.
I've heard some things about them, but
so this is the funniest thing. So they make this huge deal about how they have their memorial specifically on the 14th and not on Sunday. Right? So they make a huge deal about that. And what they tell their congregants is, because we're going according to the Jewish month. Because they don't want to do anything like the Catholics do it. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because everything Catholic is bad, including when I found out they have overseers, I'm like, oh, bishops. And they're like, what? I'm like, overseer, be a bishop.
Yeah.
That's
Episcopos. Yeah.
Yeah, episcopos, like overseer, bishop. It's the same word.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, what? No, we are nothing like the Roman Catholic. But so this year they had their memorial on Purim, because while they want to have it on the 14th, they don't want to do the intercalation of months according to the rabbis. So they do it on the 14th of the month that is closest to when all the other Christians have their Passover. Right? So ultimately they're relying on Rome. Like, I was explaining this to some JWs because it took a long time to figure it out, because jw.org is skirting the issue. Like, it took a long time to understand how exactly they're figuring this out.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not really trying to make it plain to outsiders.
Because it.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, by the way, January 1st is not the Christian New Year. The traditional Christian New Year is September 1st.
Really?
Yeah, we have a service for it. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I
Really?
did not know September 1st. Huh. That's interesting. Huh.
Like, there is a pile of overlap. Right. So, like in the Torah, there's the two layers of the calendar, right? There's the earlier agricultural calendar with, Rosh Hashanah in September, and there's the Paschal, the Passover calendar, right?
Right. Yeah.
We have the same structure, right? Pretty much calculated the same way. And we've even got, we have a feast of the elevation of the cross on September 14th. That almost always kind of lines up with Yom Kippur.
Okay.
Like the way our New Year kind of lines up with, right? Like, it's.
Yeah. Did you hear? I doubt very much you heard, or you would have come on. So we had an EO Inquirer on earlier today, and he was asking me about. So he was asking about like the synagogue service versus church service, and which one is more of a continuation, because he's been listening to a lot of these EO channels talk about how they have temple services. So I did my little shtick of Jesus would run out screaming. You've heard this
Yes.
one
Oh yeah.
several
Yeah.
times.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you go with these guys who argue that Jesus was connected to Qumran, maybe not, because they were doing
Were they though?
elements of temple worship. Yeah, they were. Not full on. They didn't have their own temple or anything. It wasn't like Leon Thomas.
No, I mean they
took elements of it. They sort of, if you read the sectarian documents,
yeah.
they said, what are the elements of this that we can do within our community, and what are the elements that we can't? So, like, they didn't offer sacrifices, for example,
Right.
other than thank offerings. They said we could do thank offerings in other places,
Interesting.
but everything else could only be at the temple, so we can't do that here, right?
Okay.
But they took.
Did
the
they do
element-
incense?
Hmm?
Did they do incense? Do we
It's
know?
not clear. I wish I could say yes. That would help my case a lot. But
That would help your
I got-
case a lot.
I got to be honest and say we don't know for sure.
Okay. I'm glad you're being honest.
Yeah. I mean, they have what are kind of incense burners, but that doesn't necessarily mean they
Right.
were liturgically burning incense, right, as an
Right.
offering.
Yeah.
That's why I say we can't be sure.
Well, I mean, were they ritual incense burners, or they were just daily household use incense burners?
Well, they definitely had daily household use incense burners.
Right.
They definitely had that sort of thing.
Okay.
But we don't have all the detail. I mean, we have the text found in the caves,
Right.
and we keep finding more. And then there's the physical remains at the site, which was
What do you mean we
crashed
keep
by the Romans.
finding more? When was the latest find of texts from Qumran?
I think 8 years ago they found another cave.
Really?
Yeah,
I did not know this.
yeah.
Wow.
So they're still being cataloged and everything. Like we're still not necessarily done.
Well, hey, God's revelation. If yeah,
Yeah.
I seriously believe it's the greatest revelation. I was very, very happy that they found mezuzot and tefillin.
Yeah,
Yeah, because yeah, that's one of the things. Like, yeah, tefillin. Yeah, phylacteries.
yeah. Broad flag. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the nights of Holy Week. We read that gospel reading. It's fun to yell about hypocrites for
Hey,
about 20 minutes.
I mean, I don't know how much you look into Islam, but I kind of think Islam may have taken like how extreme they go with hypocrites, kind of from like the Sermon on the Mount, and how like that became central in Christianity. They just ran with it because like in like the Quran, the very worst thing you could possibly ever do is be a hypocrite.
Yeah, which makes no sense.
Right, because the one thing that's worse than being a hypocrite is I guess you weren't here. Did you hear about this? UCLA Medical School, they did an expose on the curriculum, first year mandatory class on fat phobia.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like,
yeah,
worse than being a hypocrite is just like, oh, since I do it, it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, considerably worse. That just means you have no standards, or if you're not a hypocrite.
Yeah.
or you don't hold yourself to a very high one.
Yeah.
But it's also important because it's amazing to me how many people read that or hear that over and over again and never process, like, this is the only criticism you actually get of the Pharisees in the Gospels, is that they're hypocrites. Right? It's never like, oh, they're wrong, or they're bad. It's their, they don't live up to what they're preaching, right? And
yeah,
should, right? Like,
you're right. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that was so. I'm doing a presentation on Sunday. I am going to be doing a full force deconstruction of Calvinism. It's scheduled.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Calvinism popping up. We'll see what time I get home from church.
So I'm
always for picking on Calvinists.
I am always picking on Calvinists. I am, but I'm working on my presentation, and some of the scriptures I'm going to be using. My finale is going to be, but wait, there's hope, because salvation is of the Jews. And like Jesus said, like the Pharisees and the scribes sit in the seat of Moses, and everything they tell you, you should do.
Yeah. But don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. Yes, that's the whole. And that's stuck. You read stuff from the 2nd century, especially, and they don't even use the term Jews or Pharisees. They just say the hypocrites.
Okay.
That's like how they refer to them. It's just the hypocrites.
Well, do they listen to them?
Well, it's not clear. It's always they'll say, here's how you should do something. Not like the hypocrites, right?
But like, that's not what Jesus said. Right. But that's not what Jesus said. Like the Didache, yeah, it's like, you guys fast specifically not on the days we fast. And it's like, well, why? Specifically not on the days we fast.
Yeah. I know why. There's a reason why Wednesday and Friday. But yeah, the Didache does emphasize you should do it on Wednesday, Friday, not when the hypocrites do it. Yeah. The Wednesday, Friday is because Jesus was crucified on a Friday.
So why Wednesday?
That he was betrayed on Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, we do Monday and Thursday because those are Torah reading days.
Yeah. So I know the sort of positive reason for Wednesday, Friday, but it is true that the Didache emphasizes not doing it on those two.
Do you guys have Bible readings like on specific days, or is it?
Well, we have, so the answer is yes.
Okay.
But we have a daily cycle where you go through the New Testament except for Revelation every year.
Okay.
During Lent and Holy Week, it's Old Testament Hebrew Bible readings. I mean, we've got Psalms on a weekly schedule. You go through the whole Psalter every week.
Okay.
So during Lent, we read the readings are cover the whole books of Genesis, Isaiah, and Proverbs.
Okay.
Over the 40 days. And then Holy Week is Exodus and Job, plus additional other readings related to particular things.
Job is long.
Yeah. So I always bring some of the new people into the church on Holy Saturday. And that morning liturgy, there's 15 readings from the Hebrew Bible. One of those readings is the entire book of Jonah. That gives you an idea of the kind of readings we're talking about. Yeah. The entire the entire book of Jonah. The story of the crossing of the Red Sea, after which the Song of the Sea from Exodus 15 is chanted. The whole story of the the Tree Utes in Daniel, after which their song is chanted.
Hmm.
What are some of the other ones? Well, the first one is Genesis 1. That's the whole chapter. Yeah, so there's 15 of them in a row that are read like during the baptisms.
That reminds me.
Received.
You were talking about an Old Testament lectionary for at LoserCon.
Yeah.
For why not just Acts 15? Moses every week. Like you could do what we do, the Torah readings.
I'd be fine with that.
I would be fine with it.
So we still acknowledge. So Saturday is still the Sabbath, right, for us. So like during Lent, this is something that came out of the Council of Nicaea. Also, is that you don't celebrate the liturgy on weekdays. You only celebrate the liturgy on the Sabbath and on the Lord's Day.
Okay.
So just Saturday and Sunday. And then
so you guys don't do mass on. So I'm trying to understand. Like the Eucharist, you only do on Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday, and then in Lent we have another service.
Okay.
Called the pre-sanctified liturgy.
Okay.
Where essentially we offer extra on Sunday, and then reserve it, and then people come during the week to that service and receive it.
Okay, because Catholics will do the Eucharist any day of the week.
Yeah, the only day they don't do it is Good Friday.
Okay.
And they also will do it multiple times a day, and a Catholic priest can do it alone, and none of those things do we do.
Okay.
For us, you could only do it once per priest, per altar, per day, max.
So, okay, so if you do it, so if you do it at this church, you can't go do it at a different church.
Right.
Okay.
Not on the same day.
Okay. I was wondering if those were ands or ors.
Yeah, those are yeah. And so some like large churches will have like a separate chapel with a separate altar.
Okay.
And so if you have a second priest there,
okay,
he can at that second altar on that day do another liturgy. So I know, like, for example, the cathedral in LA, they have a separate chapel, and they'll do Spanish liturgies in the chapel, right, separately, and that's a different priest who's fluent in Spanish who does those.
Okay. But it's the same day.
But it's the same day, but it's a different priest at a different altar.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So but the Sabbath is still distinguished as the Sabbath.
Okay.
It's not sort of this sloppy thing Presbyterians do where they're like, oh, Sunday's the Sabbath now. Like
we were talking about that earlier today.
Yeah. So yeah. And in most languages other than English, in English we like having our pagan names for days and months, but in most languages other than English, they're called the Sabbath and the Lord's Day.
Okay.
Like in Spanish, right? Sábado and Domingo, right? That's
yeah. So. Here, I have to show you Richard Rowland's Pascha celebration. Did you see this?
No. I'm still in my recovery period.
This is how we do Pascha, Texas style. It's like, sorry, you can't call that Pascha. I'm sorry, you just can't.
No, we cooked a lamb.
Look, cook anything you want. It could be.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Hey, it's Passover. What you gonna do? Cook a lamb? Come on.
But like, come on. like that's just egregious. It just
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Well, everybody's been fasting. They haven't had any meat or dairy for like 50 days. So it's just
Yeah.
sort of meat, cheese, and cheesy meat. And alcohol, really, at the after party. That's
Yeah, you guys, I mean, your fasting is very different from Jewish fasting. First of all, most people only fast 7 days a year.
yeah.
Second, our fasts are abstaining from water, even everything. We
Yeah.
just don't eat or drink anything.
We have a couple strict fast days where you're supposed to do that, but only a couple.
Which are what are those?
Good Friday
Okay.
and the day that St. John the Baptist was beheaded.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So are those day fasts or 24-hour fasts or?
Well, they're supposed to be 24 hours,
Okay.
right? You get a lot of people wanting to rules lawyer it.
Okay.
I was once many years ago. There were some senior priests, and this guy who was kind of new. We were sitting there. This guy was kind of new. Came up and he said, "Fathers, I need to know: are you allowed to break the fast? Does the fast go from sundown to sundown, or does it go from midnight to midnight?"
Okay.
And they both just looked at him like, "What?" And it's like, well, like when you fast, right? Do you start when the sun goes down and then you could break the fast when the sun goes down the next time? Or do you like start at 12:01?
Yeah.
And then at midnight, right? And they're like, you wake up. It's Wednesday. You fast. You go to sleep. You wake up. It's Thursday. You don't fast. Why are you making this so difficult?
Okay. Okay, so it's waking up until you wake up.
Yeah. So like, you're kind of out of the spirit of it if you're sitting there like holding a sandwich and like watching the sunset, like waiting for. Has it technically?
Really?
Can I eat the sandwich?
Because we definitely have times.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've seen those halachic time calculators?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So here I'll actually show it. Like the amount of precision that goes into halachic times is this was always my excuse when when you teach at a Hasidic school, all of the kids they're obviously way too holy in order to study math, because math is it's not Torah, right? So that's their excuse. And my excuse was, how are you going to calculate the times? And they're like, we look it up. I'm like, nope. Don't tell me you're too religious to calculate the times. But so this is halachic times for Los Angeles. 4:28 is dawn, and then the earliest you can put on your talit and tefillin is 5:08, and the earliest you can say morning prayers is 5:57. The latest you should say Shema is 9:21. Latest you can say your morning prayers is 10:31, and the earliest you can say your afternoon prayers is 1:26. And then if you say your afternoon prayers before 4:54, then you can say your evening prayers after 4:54. But if you say your afternoon prayers after 4:54, then you have to say your evening prayers after 6:21. Yeah, and then you have to say the evening Shema after 8:11. And you're supposed to say your evening prayers before 12:49, but you can say it all the way until dawn.
So there are no Orthodox countries that exercise that much precision about anything. Like we lost the Germans a long time ago. So there's just not that influence anymore.
So this is one of the big fights that the Halachic Times was one of the reasons that the opponents of the Hasidic movement excommunicated the Hasidim, was because the Hasidic movement is famously not very stringent on these Halachic Times, whereas the Lithuanians, we usually refer to them, are known to be very, very strict on Halachic Times.
So are they actual Lithuanian Jews, or is that just?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Galilee.
Litvak. That's
Yeah.
so. That was the funny thing. Like, when Father
William Shatner's one of those, you know. I mean, that's
So when Father Damick
yeah.
mentioned Litvaks, so Lithuania was where the Vilna Gaon, who was the leader of the opponents of the Hasidic movement, that's where he was. And Litvak has become a euphemistic way of referring to the opponents. The actual word is mitnagdim. That's what they called themselves, were the opponents. And they sarcastically referred to the Hasidim as Hasidim. And the sarcastic epithet, people were happy to
Be called that. Yeah.
be called that. And eventually being a mitnaged became disfavored, and so now the polite term is to call them Lithuanians. Yeah, Litvaks.
But so they're the ones with the precision timekeeping.
I mean, supposedly we're all supposed to be very, very careful, but Hasidic synagogues are, let's put it this way, you can sometimes, like, there are Hasidic synagogues where you can find a Shachrit minyan, you can find services for morning services all the way until nightfall.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually something else. So in the Orthodox Church, the Orthodox churches that have the reputation for being the most stringent, right? Like Rokor or something.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, within their own communities are kind of the same way, right? Like they have this reputation, but if you actually go and join one of their communities, they've so internalized the tradition that they don't have to be legalistic about it that way.
Okay.
They just kind of flow with it, you know?
Right.
Like they've just like, this is
I
where
see.
we embody it. So you pay less attention to those external things and you just kind of do your thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Hasidim, yeah. There's something about, I mean, in a Hasidic community, it's always very focused around the Rebbe, usually translated as Grand Rabbi. And what people are stringent and strict about almost always, certainly in the Hasidim, that it's small enough that like there's only a few thousand Hasidim. Like everybody knows when the Rebbe is praying, and everybody, like, if the Rebbe prays late, everybody prays late, and if the Rebbe prays early, everybody prays early. And in certain communities, like the rabbi can look, there's plenty of people in Jerusalem who always make sure to pray exactly at dawn, right? Because they're like, that's how you start off your day. And the first thing you do is like at the moment when you're supposed to be saying Shachrit, it's called davening nates, to pray with the rising of the sun. Like there's plenty of people, including rabbis I personally know, who daven nates every single day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when I was at seminary at the monastery there, they'd be like, okay, well, the service starts at this time. Some student would say, okay, so what time do we need to be here? And they'd say, well, you need to already be here when the Metropolitan gets here.
Okay.
And they'd say, well, when's he going to get here? And he'll get here when he gets here.
Yeah,
like we can't tell him when to get here. Like he'll get here when he gets here, and you need to already be here. So that's it.
Yep. I hear you. You. Yeah. I was talking to somebody at LoserCon about the Eastern Orthodox monastic orders, and so you know who I'm talking about, but he was in a monastery thinking like he hadn't taken holy orders yet, but the abbot got raised to be a bishop, and he's like, and then I couldn't be a monk anymore. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, well, my abbot wasn't there anymore. Like, oh, what? And he's like, well, yeah, I was there for the abbot, right? Like he's my abbot. That's why I had my monastic calling there. When he wasn't there anymore, I no longer had a monastic calling. Like, okay, that is a very different way of viewing it than I understood monastic callings at all.
Yeah, it's different than Roman Catholicism in that there aren't like the Jesuits, the Dominicans, the
orders.
Right. Yeah. You're becoming part of a particular community.
Right.
With
around a particular
monastic father, monastic teacher.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the earliest rabbinic stuff we have from the 3rd century out of Syria, they're all using, like they didn't have the term monastic yet. They just called them Christian Nazarites. And so they just sort of adopted or continued using the Jewish terminology like it was this sort of halfway point between what would become Christian monasticism and the Nazarite phenomenon, somewhere in between.
Okay, so this is one of the things that really gets to me when people talk about Nazarite and Netzer and Nezer as if they are the same word, right? So Notzri is how in Hebrew you refer to Christians.
Yeah.
Right? And people like they make a connection with Nazarite, and it's like, but that's Nezer and Netzer are very different words.
Yeah. No, these were Syrian Christians who took vows and shaved their heads and
okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder if Notzri couldn't come from Netzer as in to keep. Because like in Psalm 119, Netzer is used a lot.
Yeah.
To keep. And because I still wonder like where that term Notsri comes from. And it doesn't make sense to me that it would be from the town of Nazareth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably because you don't see although Jesus was known as Jesus of Nazareth, clearly. When you see people talking about it, Galilean is the term that gets used all the time, not like Nazareth seems to have not even been a full-time location at the beginning of the first century. Like it seems
Right.
to have moved around
Right.
as a settlement for sort of following workers, peasant workers, you know.
Justin, you cut off your beard. You're no longer allowed on my channel.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You
there's a
have that
canon against
long,
that, my friend.
beautiful beard.
I'm working on it. What I tried to do is I tried to trim it, and then I muffed it up, and then it just ended up with me blaspheming. I should have just not marred the corners of my beard like the law says. You know, shouldn't have even tried.
Or at
Father
least
bless.
have your wife like take care of it.
No, she hates when I try to trim because this always happens. Always happens. But there is the benefit of when my 3-year-old daughter sees my face and goes, "Whoa!" That is always cute. That is always fun. And
All you have
my 9-month-old was just very confused. She's like, "Looks like dad, has the voice of dad, but has the hair of someone else." You know.
let me advise you on this.
Yep.
You could go to Walmart and pay $20 and get a hair clipper and just put the number 5 setting on it. Run it over your beard, trimmed.
Yeah. Yeah. When I tried to do that, it looked really weird because my beard was long and down to here, and then it suddenly was just. I don't know. I also was having problems with my CPAP machine. You know.
Oh.
So you know. Lord have mercy, right? Father Stephen, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
By the way, we're reading Andrei Orlov's book, The Glory of the Invisible God, like you suggested.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
And Christos Anesti.
Alethos Anesti. Almasi Hakam.
Hakenkam.
Aha, there you go.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
Jacob, how do I say Christ is risen in Hebrew?
Hamashiachum.
Oh, I was trying to get him to say it.
I wouldn't know how.
Last year I said that to him and he immediately said Maranatha.
That's great. So
hey, Maranatha.
Yeah.
That's I'm good with that one. Yeah.
Have you guys really been streaming for 5 hours?
Wow.
I haven't been. I have not been.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been either. I've been here for the last 2 hours, I think, though.
Yeah, so Shaheen, the guy who showed up on your thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he pinged me and he's like he wanted to talk. So we started talking and we talked for a while. And he's like, "Well, I don't want to keep you." I'm like, "Well, the stuff we're talking about is I think would be pretty interesting. So, how about we start streaming?" So we started streaming and that was 5 hours ago.
Did you guys say Father Stephen DeYoung's name 3 times?
We said it way more than 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh, Beetlejuice is running late.
Eventually show up. Yeah.
Yeah, so Shaheen has been going down the orthodoxy YouTube rabbit hole, and he arrived on my channel, and yeah, I told him you need to join Justin's Discord server.
It's good. The Michael Heiser, Lord of Spirits pipeline is real, and now the Jacob Fatarucci Archangels pipeline is not nearly as big, but still very real. So that's good.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure I've sent at least 3 or 4 people to your to your Discord server.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think one of them is actually getting baptized. Praise God! So I gotta check in on him.
Really? Who's that?
Yeah, I gotta. Let me look. This is me not remembering where all my people are coming from.
Ethan?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
No. Isn't Ethan the Coptic guy?
No.
No. Okay, I messed up. I'll have to look into it. We had a couple of people in my server just got baptized on Lazarus Saturday, so that's cool. It's very exciting.
So here's this may be a question more for your priest than you, but why baptize people on Lazarus Saturday?
I don't understand.
You could do the baptismal liturgy on Holy Saturday.
Yeah.
Like doing it on Lazarus Saturday a week before is like kissing your sister, man. Like, it's not.
Not
the same.
Maybe it has something to do with Lazarus, being raised from the dead and being, baptized. There's also resurrection.
You can do it on that day. I
Yeah.
just don't understand why you wouldn't wait a week unless you had
Just
like
wait a
so many
week.
people.
So the parish I used to go to, Father Stephen, which is out in Orange County, they did it on Lazarus Saturday, so that way they could participate in Holy Hour.
See, the baptismal liturgy is so great. You miss out on 12 of the 15 Old Testament readings if you don't do it.
True.
Yeah.
Justin,
no, where's your beard? God, I'm sorry. It's funny. My priest called me the beardless wonder, and he said, because I wonder why you did it. So, oh well. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, you got these Greeks walking by, shaking their heads and calling you a Frank. That's gonna be.
Yeah, I got a guy who I'm talking to, who's a former Oneness Pentecostal, or no, not former, current Oneness Pentecostal cat, and as you know, actually, I don't know, maybe you remember, maybe you don't. I used to be a Oneness Pentecostal myself, so I'm trying to get him in here so you and Jacob Federucci and him can fight over two powers.
What's there to fight about? Elijah had it right at the very beginning.
Actually, Jacob.
Choose. Do you believe in God or do you believe in Baal?
Let's hammer this out, because Father Stephen, Jacob was using you as a point to basically say that we should not be singing that Christ has conquered death on Pascha.
That's
in my
not
channel.
Precisely what I said.
You said that saying that Christ conquered death is a mockery to Jesus.
I did, and I believe that. I didn't say Father Stephen said
on Pascha of all days, and then dropped your name dropped you and Paul.
What the response I got when I said what I said was, next time I'm at Eden Memorial, visiting my 2 grandmothers, my aunts, my cousins, all there, I will be sure to tell them that the resurrection passed them by. And the response I got was lots of people shrieking that yes, Jesus is in fact risen. And so I personally think that if Christians are going to do the whole now and not yet thing, they need to remember the not yet thing.
On Pascha? On Pascha?
I think you need to remember the not yet thing. And
but
yeah.
No, but you would have us have the not yet, not ever thing. So that's
No, Jacob believes there will be a resurrection on the last
I do believe there will be a resurrection of the dead.
on the last day. He just doesn't think it's started yet, and we think it started with Jesus.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what I was that is what I was saying, and I don't know how we ended up on the topic of Father Stephen, but my
you referred to one of his videos and said that people have been trying to explain away one of his comments about.
well, that was because somebody called me the Father Stephen Whisperer, and I was
no, he said
I'm
said you're
sure
not the Father
how-
Stephen Whisperer.
Yeah, I don't know how we ended up on the before the like. I forget what exactly happened. Now you're gonna make me go look at this whole long discussion.
Yeah, it was Cornell. Cornell said, "You're not the Father Stephen the Young Whisperer," and then said, "I'm pretty sure he was singing Christos Anesti like everyone else."
And I didn't say he wasn't.
Right, but I mean that's and that what we're saying liturgically over and over again.
Yeah.
Both Sunday night and Sunday at Agape Vespers. It keeps
And all week.
reiterating that Jesus is the firstborn from the dead, the first fruits
Of the resurrection.
of the resurrection, right? That's so that it has begun. So yeah, we're not preterists. We don't think it already happened.
That was it. We
Yeah.
started talking about preterism.
Yeah.
And that's when I mentioned.
If I remember correctly, you accused us of being preterists. We didn't just start talking about preterism.
That's what I said.
That's why St. Paul wrote Second Thessalonians to say, you people who are saying that the resurrection already happened in the past are nuts.
And-
Yeah, that's
right. So I said no. Right. And so I said no, not at all. None of them were preterists. And because Cornelius was saying, "Oh, death, where is thy sting?" And I responded, "I know how Father Stephen would answer me. I know how you answer me. The two are not the same." Because Father Stephen's answer when I say, like, the resurrection has not happened is, yeah, the resurrection hasn't happened, but it started, whereas everybody else was losing their minds and and was like, "No, Jesus is risen. Resurrection has happened."
Oh no, we said that death has been defeated, not that the resurrection has happened.
Well, death hasn't. Well, obviously, death has not been defeated.
Would you agree with that, Father?
No, so but we have to be precise about in what sense, right? So when we say death has been defeated, we don't mean like, oh, now no one's going to die, because obviously people do, right?
Which we say in the Nicene Creed that we believe in the future resurrection of the dead.
But so again, in the liturgical hymns, they clarify this, right? That the idea is that because of sin and wickedness, since Adam, death held dominion over humanity, right? Whereas now death has been defeated in the sense that death holds no dominion over us.
Mm-hmm.
Every human who's ever lived is going to rise from the dead and then be judged by God through his Messiah on the last day. Right. So, right. And that means that because death has no power over us, only God, that means the fear of death should have no power over us, only the fear of God.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's what's being gotten at with that.
Well, I think I really like St. Athanasius, right? When he talks about how, even little girls, look at death and mock it and happily go to their death, instead of rejecting Christ,
Right. People are willing to be martyred because, right.
But not just people,
not the thing
little girls.
most greatly feared. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like little Saint Hope, you know, who my daughter is named after. So, yeah, buddy. You're a sight for sore eyes, Father. So,
Or I turn up like a bad penny every so often. So
I actually was going to write you and ask you. Oh, there was something somebody said that I said I'm gonna ask Father Stephen the next time I talk to him, and I knew I was gonna forget, and I did forget. But I remember
I was gonna send you.
What a
That I found recently. One of them I think I may have sent you before, which is one of my favorite from the Synaxarion for Palm Sunday that we read on Palm Sunday at the beginning of the service, where it says that the ass that Jesus rode into Jerusalem represents the wild and bestial nature of the Gentiles that he was going to subdue.
I like that. That's cool.
to the commandments of God, right? And that's still something we read every year. There's actually tons of that kind of thing surrounding that feast, but also there's a thing about from Cyril of Alexandria in his commentary on Romans, where he's talking about, so St. Cyril, one of the places I get my historical reading of Romans is from him. That's how he reads it. But he has this whole big section. This is the beginning of the 5th century AD in Egypt, where he's talking about the blessedness of the Jewish people, culminating in him quoting Jesus saying, "I came only for the lost sheep of the tribe of Israel." There was another one too. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Oh, the other one was this quote from St. Athanasius talking about how the Torah was not only for the Jewish people, but was intended to teach the whole world to worship the true God. So late 4th century. The point being that just me continuing to chip away at Jacob's, why hasn't the church been teaching this for the last 2,000 years? Well, it kind of has.
Seems like the kind of stuff that they don't force the Noachides to do, we don't force anybody to do, right? So we don't. So the
I don't force anybody to do anything. I mean,
right.
I recommend things to people.
But Jacob, I'll ask Jacob. Jacob, is a Gentile allowed to keep the Sabbath?
No.
Ah.
But
do we have to keep the food laws?
No. But you know what? Still don't call this Pascha. Like, just don't.
Have you seen pictures of Roland?
What do you mean?
Like, if you looked up a picture under Goy in the dictionary,
no,
you would see a picture of Armie Hammer, but he'd be holding up a picture and pointing at it of Richard Roland.
Richard Roland, actually, he could pass for Jewish.
You met him.
I met him.
You met him in person.
I met him in person. He could pass for Jewish very easily. He's just very tall for a Jew. But actually, Chezi's father-in-law was the first Orthodox Jew to be in the NBA.
Huh. Yeah, no, it wasn't primarily the height thing for me. I don't think he comes across very Texas to me.
He has blue eyes though.
Yeah.
And like, at least among Sephardim, like in Iran, if you have blue eyes, the suspicion is you're Jewish.
That's interesting.
So Jesus did have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Well, part of what people don't understand when they get into these arguments, especially about Ashkenazim, like, is epigenetics is actually a thing. And so which things get expressed actually like do have to do with the environment you're in. And people never consider that part of it. When they say, oh, Ashkenazim look so much like Europeans. And it's like, well, yes, they look more like Europeans than the Sephardic Jews. But after like living in the Middle East, you kind of get darker. You really do.
Yeah. It's just interesting that when you consider that Jews, Indians, and the Chinese are all Asian.
Yeah. That's the thing when people would ask. I remember I was at one of these camps where they're doing the thing. How do you identify? Go on this side of the room. And they had, if you're Asian, go to the other side of the room. And so I went to the other side of the room, and everybody's like looking at me. I'm like, I was born in Asia. Like, you didn't say East Asian. Yeah. Like, I was born in Asia. My family has been like living in Asia for thousands of years. Like, I am of Asian ancestry. Like, pick a better word if you mean East Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just Israel is on the Asian continent. It's sort of like whenever, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but Egypt is Mediterranean and it's in Africa, but that doesn't mean that every Egyptian is like Muhammad Ali black. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the black Hebrew Israelites.
Not everybody's an African American like Charlize Theron.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Or
right.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Really important question Michael has. I'm curious to know what video games his father playing recently.
Well, so nothing over Lent and Pascha, not because like I swore them off, just I didn't have time to do anything. Mm-hmm. I spent most of today playing WWE 2K24. I returned to my early 20s. I drank Mountain Dew. I ate pizza rolls. I played a wrestling video game.
Did you ever play Magic the Gathering?
Me?
Yeah.
So no. Okay. Mainly because I'm Dutch, so I'm cheap.
No, he played Revelation, the card game.
Yeah. And when it first rolled out in the 90s, I was like, this seems like a cash grab. Yeah. So I never got into it. But recently, when they came out with the Worlds Beyond Doctor Who sets,
right.
I bought the Commander decks just on principle because I'm a Doctor Who fan. And then my nephew who plays said it's too complicated to teach a boomer like me how to use those sets.
No. Okay.
So I'm going to end up learning on something else. And then, because I've heard from other people too, the mechanics in those sets in particular are
right.
kind of advanced.
Any new set is going to be, but so first of all, I highly recommend downloading one of the free apps like Arena, which when you play online, it'll teach you so much easier than trying to learn paper in real life. But now I have to tell you this story about the first time I went to buy Magic cards. Now, people who are into Magic cards will understand like what I am saying and how, but I'll have to explain it. But let me. So I walk into the store and I'm like, yeah, my friends are playing Magic the Gathering and I want to buy Magic cards. And he says, well, we have the original game in two versions. There's the black border and the white border. And then we have an expansion set, right? And I'm like, Well, no, I'm not going to get the expansion because like I don't have the original game. He's like, "Oh, but you could play with just the expansion." I'm like, "No. Like, why are you trying to sell me on this expansion?" Now, that expansion was Arabian. Every single card in Arabians, like every single card is at least $5 now. It's many of them are to thousands of dollars. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, okay, so what's the difference between the white border and the black border? And he's like, well, the black border is limited. And so there's only, and the white border is unlimited. I'm like, okay, what's the price difference? He's like, it's $2 more for the black border. And I'm like, why would I get the black border? Why would I pay $2 for like, and so the difference between, I got a Mox Jet out of that, a Mox Jet, which my father ended up throwing away. A Mox Jet right now, a white border Mox Jet, I believe goes for around $1,000. A black border one goes for closer to $3,000 or $4,000. Right? Like, and so me being cheap and being like, no, I'm not going to get the expansion. No, I'm not going to pay more for. Of course, I don't have those cards anymore, but those cards from the early 90s, like any card from 1992, 93, 94, like any of them are worth at least $5 each.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to borrow Magic cards, I am the guy. I let's put it this way: a portion of my Magic collection is in the safe.
Yeah. See, like to me, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, you get a player's handbook, you get a DMG, you get a monster manual. You can play for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah,
like with those 3 books. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they're completely different.
I know, but I'm just saying, money-wise, you got to understand the Dutch thinking, right? Like, I could buy these 3 books and never have to buy a thing again for the rest of my life. Or I could start buying these packs of cards, which will give me a random assortment of them, right? And try and find things, and you know.
Wow, somebody on your thing is now asking me if I'm a serious Magic MTG player.
Yeah,
let's put it this way. I was flown by Wizards of the Coast. They actually know my name at the Wizards of the Coast. Let's put it this way. Yes, I was a serious Magic player. What was I going to say? Oh, what keeps me from ever selling my Magic cards is they are constantly gaining in value. They keep on going. Of course, I always put my most expensive cards are all on the reserved list, so they will not be reprinted. But yeah, I'm so serious. I sued Hasbro. Not only did I sue Hasbro, so this.
Wait, you actually sued Hasbro?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So the Judge Foil, the Therese Nielsen Judge Foil lands, I designed them as part of my settlement with Hasbro. But this is an uncut sheet of Magic cards. The Hasbro sent that to me individually from them. So yeah, suffer not a wish to live. Wait, is this related to the Bible? Of course it's related to the Bible, Chazi. So, yeah, if you ever decide you want to play Magic, I will send you a deck, Father Steve.
Well, I have 4 command. I also got my wife the Fallout decks because she's a big Fallout fan. And apparently that...
Wait, what? There's Magic the Gathering Fallout decks?
Yes. Yeah, there's 4 commander decks based on Fallout.
So over the past...
Are you watching that show right now, by the way, Father?
Yeah, but I haven't finished it yet. Again, Holy Week. Pasca.
Yeah, me too. I haven't been
Lent.
finishing
I've watched the first episode, but
yeah.
Over the past 4 years, when Magic has become incredibly stupidly woke, they also started doing something they said they would never do, which is break with their mythos in order to have Dungeons and Dragons cards, or now there are King Kong and Godzilla cards and all of
Lord
this
of the
stuff.
Rings, yeah.
Yeah, they said they would never ever do any of this stuff. And then they did it. Yeah.
I mean, what's a promise when there's money involved? You know?
Well, I mean, they have gone so super woke. They fired Therese Nielsen, who was one of my favorite artists, because, and listen to this, her wife, not that I believe in gay marriage, but her wife liked tweets that were pro-Trump on Twitter. And she refused to condemn her significant other publicly, and so they stopped using her art, even though she's one of the most popular artists in Magic. I stopped buying Magic cards when they did that. It's like I am no longer giving money to these people.
Yeah. Jonathan Hill says, "Who is Megatron? Looks like someone at my parish."
Oh, which parish does he go to?
I don't know, but do you know Jonathan Hill? I think right now he's in Oklahoma.
The parish that I'm at, I've only been there for just shy of 2 years now.
What state are you in?
Idaho.
Okay, I can't remember if he's in one of those flyover states, Idaho or Oklahoma or something like that. But he'll tell me in the comments. But yeah, so when I first saw that, I thought it was Metatron, not Megatron, and so I got excited. Now I'm just depressed.
Well, it's not just Megatron. It's Beast Wars Megatron.
It's what?
Beast Wars Megatron.
Beast Wars Megatron 3. I remember Beast Wars when I was a little kid. Megatron was a gorilla.
Megatron was a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Optimus Primal was a gorilla.
Oh, okay. So John Hill says that you guys do know each other. John, you can come into the room, I think. Right? Yeah. He says he goes to Holy Transfiguration in Boise.
Yep, that's where I go to. I'm about 2 miles north of it.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's good.
How's the potato crop?
He jumps on. He just
Yeah.
really bad at names.
Yeah. So. Oh man. Yeah, Father, I got a question for you. Do you think that the Diablo the makers of the Diablo game have Bible college degrees?
I don't know. I have to be honest. I'm not into Diablo. My wife is.
Oh man,
she like platinum trophy Diablo 3.
Well, you have all these, all these characters. You got Baal, you got Diablo, Mephistopheles.
Yeah. From what I've seen, they're
Asmodeus.
A little distant from the source material, but
yeah, for sure. Yeah. But they're definitely tapping into the literature.
I mean, not like Darren Aronofsky's Noah, distant from the source material, but distant nonetheless.
I liked Noah. Noah's okay.
I liked it too. Just when the culmination of the movie is Noah and Tubal-Cain having a fist fight on the deck of the Ark during the flood.
Yeah, that's not great.
That something has gone kind of sideways Hollywood-wise.
That's more action. Yeah, more action. So,
Steven,
yeah. Can I?
You're a doctor. Who is your first doctor, and who's your favorite doctor?
First doctor was Eccleston.
Okay.
So when you say favorite, do you mean favorite overall or favorite TV?
Favorite, I guess, actor that played the Doctor.
Right, but I mean, so like, if my favorite overall is actually probably 8, but that's mostly audio.
Okay.
Like, because he was barely on TV.
Right.
Yeah, he was on. He had a made-for-TV movie, and then he
Yeah.
also showed
And a
up
10-minute
for-
short.
Yeah, yeah.
The 50th anniversary, but like hundreds of hours of audio.
Yeah.
Like seasons and seasons of audio. So he's my favorite overall, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got a theory, and I don't know if it's true or not. But I think that Azazel and Asmodeus are the same person. Deus meaning God, and then Azazel, El meaning God.
Right. I mean, the names are constructed the same way.
Right.
But I think in most cases, all of these names for different devil figures are really representing separate traditions.
Okay.
So, I mean, from one perspective, you could argue like they're all kind of the same thing. They're all just this devil figure, this demonic evil figure. Right. Or you could argue that they're all different. You tend to get, like in Second Temple Jewish literature, you tend to get like 2 of them, and sort of they amalgamate however many of these names and traditions they're familiar with into those couple. Like if you read the Apocalypse of Abraham,
right?
Like, oh, here's Azazel, this giant like raven demon who's like the birds that Abraham had to beat away from the sacrifices at the ratification of the covenant, but is also the serpent from the Garden of Eden, and is also right this like a whole bunch of these different things all get shoved together into this one pot of like, oh yeah, that's all the same bad dude.
Right. Okay. Cool. Oh man. Well, gentlemen, I wish I could stay here for much longer, but I just got done on another stream with Kelly Powers and talking about oneness Pentecostalism and Jewish wisdom literature and stuff like that. And it's been several hours, and I'm tired. It's 1 a.m. But Father, would you bless me before I leave? I'll touch the computer screen.
I'll just say God bless you. I'm not going to throw out anything that would.
Yeah, that's fine. But I appreciate you guys, and we'll talk to you later.
Our host.
Yeah.
You can be as idolatrous as you want.
So which would offend you more, me being Trinitarian or me as a goy giving him the Aaronic blessing?
I don't think I would get offended. Which
would you be least happy with?
Which would I think?
Oh, actually, I've got a question.
The Trinitarian thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's more of a yeah.
I think that we receive the Aaronic blessing when we're baptized in the name of the Trinity. So,
So Chazi apparently did not know that Father Stephen met his wife at BRD, but
Yeah.
I did not know that.
LBRS actually.
BRS. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Hall of the Ogre King, to be specific.
There you go.
We were getting everybody a Nixie Akid. I was tanking runs. We had somebody drop right after we killed the Ogre King. We had to do the other 2 bosses. The warlock in our group knew a healer. It was my wife, who was a Tauren druid.
Wow, you
My
played
now wife.
Horde?
Huh?
I always played Alliance.
Yeah, no, I played Horde. Yeah, I was an undead warrior named Harryhausen. So yeah, that's technically where we met. So yeah,
Well,
we met on WoW.
Yeah, I don't know many rabbis and wives who are gamers.
My wife is a better gamer than me. My wife platinum trophied Elden Ring.
Aha. What is a platinum trophy?
It's the thing you get on a PlayStation when you've done literally everything in a game.
Aha.
Like you've beaten every difficulty, you've like done everything.
Okay.
And Elden Ring is about the most difficult game ever. So that's...
Hey, I'm just glad you found your wife.
Yeah. There are nerds out there to whom that's very impressive, I assure you.
I believe you. I am impressed that it's when you reach static status. Yeah. Yep. So if nobody else has questions for the father, I think I am probably going to end the stream soon. It has been almost 6 hours, believe it or not. Yeah. Tim, did you have any final words?
I don't think so. My brain's starting to shut off. But yeah, main question I wanted answered got answered. So I was curious. So
Cool. Okay, I am going to end the stream.